Hello and a very warm welcome to everybody tuning in. Of course, we are here at the Hyatt Hotel in Chennai, and it is game 3 of the World Championship match between the reigning world champion Viswanthan Anand from Chennai and Magnus Carlsen, the challenger from Norway. I hope everybody is doing well, and of course I'm joined once again by Tanya Sachdev.
Hi Lawrence, good afternoon everyone.
Now Tanya, we've had a rather slow start to this championship. Of course, 2 draws in the first 2 games. Not quite what the fans wanted, but perhaps, what are your thoughts on the first 2 games and what do you expect today?
I think from the fans' point of view, it is completely understandable. First 2 games, short draws, but let's not forget the players are still settling in. It's a huge match. Nobody wants to take too much risk in the beginning. So from the players' point of view, it's very understandable that, with opening not getting anything and the preparation not working out, you choose to bail out instead of taking too much risk.
And today, of course, Magnus Carlsen once again has the white pieces. Now, in the first game, he really got absolutely nothing. In fact, he got less than nothing. He was on the back foot and he had to bail out. And of course, Magnus with the white pieces, well, he'll be looking to push. So what do you expect today? Do you expect a change in opening, perhaps?
I think the first game, Magnus was quite surprised when Vishy went for the Grunfeld setup, and I think that had something also to do with the fact that Vishy named Leko as one of his seconds, and that sort of meant that, and everybody knows he's quite the Grunfeld master. So if he does play, I think knight f3 or d4, he'll obviously have something up his sleeve for the opening, but if not, I'm praying for e4.
You're hoping for e4.
Yes.
Well, E4 may give us a very open game, and I think, I as a fan as well, I would love to see a real battle today. Clearly, one thing that we should mention is that a lot of people said before, well, especially after the first game, Magnus, he's not very well prepared, he's not really worked on his openings, but yesterday, as black, we saw that Magnus had fantastic preparation in the Caracan variation.
Right.
And Vishy with white, who against the Caracan would have a huge score, I'm sure, actually got nothing.
Right.
So I think
Vishy was completely not expecting the Caracan, and Magnus, just the way he played yesterday, he was quick. He was thinking when Vishy's time was on, and he was playing really fast. And I think Vishy figured that he's very well prepared in this line, and I think he played very confidently. So we can see that Magnus is getting his foothold back. He's kind of settling into this whole match play, and today I think we're going to have some very exciting chess.
Well, let's hope so. Just to give all of you guys out there a bit of context to this situation. Well, Magnus hasn't lost to Vishy for a long time in classical chess. In fact, the last time Vishy won a classical game against Magnus was in 2010. So it's been a few years, and Magnus with white today, a lot of people are going to be saying, well, this is really an important moment for him to get a win on the board. However, if Vishy manages to either hold the draw or even win with black, well,
that'll be huge. That'll be quite a shocker. But I think the last game that they played earlier this year, which did not go well for Vishy at all, Magnus was white there as well, and so Vishy's got to be pretty solid today. But I'm sure we're going to see some really, really great preparation from his side.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was at the Tau Memorial, that game,
yes.
and Vishy had a bit of a nightmare in that game, but the first game showed that he's not afraid.
At all. And
despite having black, well, I think given the way the match has gone at the moment, it's very difficult to say
what's going to happen today, who's going to even fight for the advantage, because Vishy with black in the first round, I felt he was doing really, really well. Yeah. Magnus got absolutely nothing out of the opening.
Yeah, no, I agree. So we are just minutes away from the start of this match. Of course, it starts at 3 o'clock local time here, so we've got about 5 or so minutes. We can see, perhaps in a few seconds, the crowd of journalists who are gathering outside the playing hall. We've got a close-up there. And Vishy has just come to the board. Now, he's come a lot earlier today. Now, remember, in the last game, he came a bit late. So he's come early today. I wonder what the difference is
Maybe Magnus just decided to come a little late.
Well, it's certainly early for Vishy. He's setting up his pieces. He's adjusting his pieces. He's got his routine. He's getting settled in. You can see there, for all of you who've just seen this for the first time, they play in a glass box. This is a soundproof cage, so they cannot hear anything.
Right.
There's a huge scramble of journalists, which is understandable, to get a shot of the world champion. You can see there he's in a pose. He's getting settled in. That looks like a cup of tea.
Green tea is his favorite, I hear.
Aha, he's a green tea drinker. Okay. So he's got his green tea. He's ready. He looks very focused. He's having a think about what might happen, and we are now waiting for the challenger.
So Lawrence, we've been getting a lot of tweets about what the first move is going to be. I think that is what a lot of people have been predicting, and a lot of people have been wanting e4 so that there's some active chess. What would you say would be the first move? Just what would you bet your money on?
It's very difficult to say. I mean, I had an inkling he might play the English opening, which is c4.
Right. Okay, so if it's e4, you give me £100. If it's e4, I'll give you $100, 100 rupees.
100 rupees. That sounds like a good deal.
That's fair enough.
That sounds like a great deal. I think actually one important thing that you mentioned there, Tanya, not just about the openings, but for all of you who are interested in participating, you can do that from the comfort of your own home. Please send us tweets to hashtag FWCM2013. We will go through as many as possible. Remember, we're open to all sorts of suggestions, comments, queries, and so on. So please do that. Remember, we have the Facebook page as well.
Yes.
So don't forget to come to our Facebook page, and you can also download the app for this championship, which is a very good app on the various stores. And they will give you a good overview as to what's happened and what you can expect to. So we're a very interactive.
Right. You can also follow the game live on the app in case you can't be on your computer or television.
Right.
So definitely get that.
So now we are literally just a few seconds away. Remember, there is a rule in place here, Tanya. It's a controversial rule. If you don't turn up on time, if you're even 5 seconds late,
even 1 second
late, you can lose the game, which would be very controversial. Now, Magnus, by my clock, has got about a minute before this all starts.
For those of you who don't know, this is the zero tolerance rule, and he should be getting there soon, yeah?
Well, absolutely. Well, it's a zero tolerance. It's a new rule introduced by FIDE, which is the governing body of chess. It's really designed to make sure that televisable sports and big events,
both players are on time and the game can begin on time, just like sports should.
Right. Like a football match or a cricket match. It would be strange
Nobody waits for people to come on the field.
Exactly. So. And here comes the challenger walking in, strolling in. The handshake.
Right.
He's in his chair, loosening the belt, the nerves. Well, the butterflies are surely there. And we have the chief arbiter in the box. We have another official there. Magnus, in his usual pose, looks up at the ceiling a lot and looks like he's not interested, but let me tell you, that's the furthest thing from the truth. He's just thinking about what to play.
Possibly he just came so close to the start because there are so many photographers and journalists out there, and it can be a bit unnerving, So to reduce the time of interaction and gameplay, so he just walks in at the last minute.
And they're off.
And it starts.
Well, he's repeated. Well, look at this. He's repeated the same move. Now, this is very interesting because from a psychological standpoint, the fact that he got nothing from the first game means that, the fact that he's repeating again shows Vishy that I'm actually coming prepared today. I'm going to play something which is going to give me a bit more than
what it gave me in the first game.
Right. And we've got exactly the first moves. So this is a repeat of game one.
Which means that Magnus is probably on the rest day. He prepared something which is it's exactly the same as the first game in the first two moves. This is going to be very interesting to see where they divert from the first game.
Right. So we have knight f3, d5, g3, and g6. This is all and the first change in this match. So instead of bishop to g2, which was the move that Magnus played in game 1, instead he plays the move c4. Now, I thought he would play an English opening. You can sort of transpose sometimes after this move, but c4 in this position challenges the center immediately, challenges d5. Now, of course, black could win a pawn here, Tanya.
Right.
Black could simply take this pawn. So what happens normally in these sorts of positions when black captures a pawn?
So white obviously has the idea of taking on the c4 pawn immediately with queen a4 check and queen c4.
Right.
He wants to develop the bishop to g2, put the pawn on either d4 or d3, short castle and play in the center, develop pieces, and so he can capture the pawn immediately with this check.
Right.
But he can also play bishop g2 next,
sure,
and take it later on.
He can just carry on. And
so Anand did, in fact, take dc4.
In fact, he did. Yes, he's taken that pawn off. So
no
hesitation. So has Vishy prepared? Has he expected this? Well, it looks like he has by playing so quickly.
So let's see if Magnus wants to recapture it immediately, or he's going to continue with his development. I would say he wants to go queen a4 check and take it, and there are so many variations here. It's quite theoretical. With black can play c6 after queen a4, can play bishop d7. There are lots of moves.
Yeah, and you can also you can just develop here with white and try and pick that pawn up at a latter stage, basically. Okay, I'm speaking in generalities here, but I would say that 99% of the time that pawn is won back, especially with the pawn already on g6 here. Most of the time black isn't looking to hold on to the pawn, but he's just trying to distract white slightly. So,
and while white wins the pawn back, he wants to continue developing, and he hopes that he's able to finish his development by the time white gets this pawn back.
Very interesting. Now, what's slightly surprising is
that Magnus is taking a while to play his next move.
Yeah, he's having a
Do you think he was not expecting dc4? Maybe he was expecting a c6, or
I think he might have been expecting this move,
or even knight f6 to get into a Grunfeld setup, because like I was saying, that Magnus knows that Leko is helping Anand as a second in this match, and he's probably expecting him to have prepared this line well. So maybe he had prepared knight f6 and he wasn't expecting the dc4 move.
Well, either knight f6 or even this d4 move is quite topical at the moment. I mean, you get into some sort of reversed Benoni structures as well. So there are all sorts of moves that you can play here. Knight f6 certainly would be one of the main ones. c6 as well, as you said, would have been a very interesting move. But no, this is the position at the moment.
But just looking at Magnus right now, thinking at this point, it's clear that this was not what he was expecting.
Yeah, absolutely. He's not concerned, but he's confused. I mean, that's a face of confusion to me. He's very surprised that Vishy has taken on c4. Is he out of book already? No, I can't believe he's out of book.
The second game, he played so quickly when he was so well prepared. So it's obvious when he's seen something at home and he knows exactly what he wants to do, he plays really fast. And he doesn't give the psychological advantage to his opponent of knowing that he's a little confused. But right now, he really doesn't know what to do, and it's pretty early on for that, yeah?
I would say so. But then again, maybe Carlsen has got a deeper psychological ploy. He's looking to. We've got to move.
And queen a4
Well,
check.
he has played queen a4 check. Okay, so we're spot on at the moment with the moves, Tanya. He's played the check immediately.
I think this is the main variation here. So.
Okay, so queen a4 check has been played. And now Vishy has to block that check, and there are a few ways you can do this actually, and in these, I'll call them Catalan type positions because that's what we might get. Normally you can block that check with the knight on B8, excuse me, or the bishop or the pawn. Sometimes actually in the good old days, I remember you could even block with the queen. Now I don't think we'll see that here. It's not quite the right position, but basically you can block the check in a number of different ways, and they all lead to very different positions.
Right.
So Vishy is...
I would say that c6 is what normally, I think there have been thousands of games that have been played already in this position, and c6 seems to be what most people are playing these days. And
right.
Black's idea is that if white captures on c4, he's able to win a tempo by playing b5 and quickly develop this bishop to b7. So this is one very normal idea of continuing in this position.
Right. Yep, no, that's certainly been seen before. Vishy slightly surprised by Queen A4 check?
No.
Because, well, he can't be.
It's
hard to imagine, but he hasn't played immediately. And we've got to move, and he's moved knight c6. All right. So knight c6 has been played, and this is the position as it stands at the moment. So we've got
I think even we are out of book right now.
well, it's certainly not the most played variation.
Yes.
Well, Carlsen has replied immediately now, so there's no messing around. Maybe I was mentioning slightly before Vishy made his move, that perhaps Carlsen wanted to bluff slightly. There are a lot of psychological games happening here, and to maybe look confused or look upset or distressed that Vishy took the pawn. Maybe I didn't look at that, or maybe he did look at that, and now he's going to play really quickly.
Yeah, you never know what psychological mind games they're playing
Right.
there. And also, he was probably trying to remember his preparation.
Right.
Because there's so many things that they see while preparing for the games and so many variations, and then you have to sit and remember and, recollect them.
Of course you do, yeah. Well, let's have a look at the position then. Well, bishop g2. So white doesn't actually capture this pawn off straight away. Now, the reason for that is because now he's played bishop g2, white has got a nasty little threat of hopping into e5 with his knight. And if the knight were to come to e5, that would put a lot of pressure on this knight.
So that's why I think
c6.
Vishy went bishop g7 to stop the knight from coming to e5.
Right. Well, bishop g7 makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? It stops this knight e5 move, and you develop a piece at the same time. So, okay, so this is quite interesting, the way this is playing. Now, Carlsen could castle here. He might think about taking this pawn off straight away.
I guess there's no hurry to take the pawn on c4 because black doesn't have any great way to defend it, so it will fall eventually. I mean, of course, he can take it, but also to develop, to continue with the development with castling and knight to c3.
Yeah.
Lots of possible ways to play this position.
Absolutely. Now, while we wait for that move, obviously yesterday, Tanya, was the rest day. And different players, different people have different ways of relaxing.
Right.
So Magnus, I understand, well, I think it's been publicised already that, he's a bit of a sports fan. So I think he liked to, get some energy by playing a bit of sport. I think he played a bit of football yesterday.
Yeah, he's quite a football fan.
I can't
and a very good player himself.
Yeah, he's not bad. I've seen him actually. He's not bad. Now Vishy, on the other hand, I'm not quite sure perhaps what Vishy did yesterday. I know he's a bit more secretive about what he likes to do.
Probably caught up on some movies.
Yep.
There is this very famous Indian star, Rajnikant, which everybody talks about a lot. He's I think he could be one of his favorite as well. So maybe he caught up
Really?
on some of that. Very motivating movies for chess.
Okay.
Also, in this position, it's quite typical for black to play with ideas of e5, and it's quite an active position here. He goes e5 and develops the knight to e7 maybe, short castles, and I think this is going to head to a very active middle game, in fact. So all the fireworks that people have been waiting for, we might actually see them today.
Well, Vishy looks confident. He looks, well, he's certainly in books still. And Magnus now is having a bit of a...
Think.
Yeah, he's a bit of a thing. He's only a minute or two down on the clock. Magnus is himself talking about films. I know he's into his films. I understand that one of his favourite movies is Pulp Fiction.
Yes.
Which is a bit of a cult classic. I'm sure a lot of the guys out there have seen Pulp Fiction. Apparently, Magnus is a big fan. But I also understand, I spoke to his father, Henrik, and I understand he's ordered The Hangover 3.
Oh, interesting.
For a bit later, a bit of comedy. So, a bit of action and a bit of comedy. Hopefully, we'll get that today.
On the board.
Both on and off the board, hopefully. So, Magnus is very...
There are some rumors that he also went bowling yesterday.
Ah. Well, I know he's a big bowling fan, actually.
Right.
I know he does like to do that. So, and I heard he's quite good at that as well. So,
is there anything the kid is not good at?
This is the thing. I think he's good at a lot of things. Okay, Vishy getting up there, taking off his blazer. Magnus has already derobed somewhat. And, okay, Vishy off to... Remember, they both have private rest areas or bathrooms. I believe they have one each, if I've understood that correctly. And those are important places. I know certainly we both still play Tanya on the circuits and in tournaments. I know that sometimes it's actually more productive to get up from the board, have a little think about the position, relax, wash your face.
Definitely have something to eat or to drink and to come back and to look at the position completely fresh. So new ideas might come to you, new concepts, because a lot of times you're sitting on the board, you're thinking, you're seeing the same thing. And we have a move. We have knight c3.
All right, so knight c3. As you said before, Tanya, just getting your pieces out. This was one of the moves you mentioned. So Magnus is developing his pieces, developing his army. Of course, one of the fundamental things about the opening is just to get your pieces developed to good squares. And then you're in a good position to play from there. So knight c3, and Vishy's back already. So Vishy there, sip of water, composing himself, and back to thinking. Okay. Now, for all of you who don't know, the players are writing their moves down. Now, you would think, why are they writing their moves down in a digital age when we've got everything recorded, everything's on TV? So why would they continue to write their moves down? I know certainly that it feels very strange not to write those moves down. And that's a part of the game, despite it being...
Yeah, we've got digital boards. Now, I remember when I started playing, at that time we never had digital boards. It's not been that long, but still, it's... and we had to write down our moves, so it's kind of like just a rule that you follow, and now it's more out of habit.
It's out of habit, isn't it? Yeah. It would feel strange to play a long play game without writing your moves down. It's sort of... And also they write them, and these, as they're called, score sheets, can actually be quite... they can become collector's items. I know there are some score sheets in history, famous matches where you've got the guy's handwriting. These can become quite valuable. So, and we've got...
they can sell for millions.
Yeah. And we've got Vishy here now having a think. Now, I wonder if this is a bit of bluffing by Magnus here. I wonder if he's still truly in his book or not.
But on what you said, it's actually true. Like all these earlier world championships that were played from Capablanca, Alekhine, these times, and now we've got their written score sheets, and these are collectible items now.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, I've been informed that Reshevsky very famous Sammy Reshevsky, very famous American grandmaster, child prodigy as well, by the way, who, a bit like Magnus Carlsen, rose to fame at a very tender age. We're talking about when he was, yay high, giving simultaneous exhibitions, and he was billed as this superstar. Well, he actually played this back in 1972 against Arthur Bizigay, which another very strong master.
Right.
And this was back in 1972, and apparently Reshevsky won a very nice game. Now,
but there are very few games in this position, so it's it's not a line that's been played too often. There are probably many new ideas here which they can explore. So we're again not going to have a very theoretical battle on the board.
Well, what's also interesting is that apparently another very strong Indian player, rising star, friend of yours, Parmijan Negi,
Yes.
played this in 2011. So I wonder if Vishy and Negi have maybe
A secret second.
a secret. Well, Vishy has revealed a lot of the guys he's working with. Magnus hasn't. But what do you think, Tanya? Is it possible that Negi is...
Helping him out?
Yeah, who knows?
I don't, for one. But
Okay.
anything's possible. We're probably going to find out after the match is over. But it is interesting that he did play this in 2011.
Okay. All right. So that was played in 2011. And there have been a few other top-level games.
So the clocks are even, and which means that both players are probably thinking and planning what to do. It's clear that neither of them were expecting this position to come on the board during their home preparation.
Well, I think I think this suits Magnus more, if I'm totally honest, because as many people have commented in this championship, actually before this championship started, one of Vishy's strengths is in the opening,
Right.
and one of Magnus's strengths is getting random positions and just starting to outplay. So I think the fact that this might be a bit of an alien position to Vishy may be to Magnus's advantage, but we'll see.
Also, what's really interesting for people to know is how preparation goes for these world championships. You know, what are these seconds that everybody keeps talking about? So, just for those who are not aware of the system, it works like this: that both these players have got this team of seconds, which is a bit like the love child between a trainer and a slave, I would say, because they work for hours, for countless hours. They're not allowed to sleep. They're supposed to find variations after variation and study the opponent really well. So there's this whole team in place, and for months they're working on these lines. And Vishy is known for his superiority when it comes to theoretical battles. He's got a great team in place, and he's always shown great home preparation. And once he gets an advantage out of it, he completely destroys his opponent. Magnus, on the other hand, is nobody knows what his team is, because in a way it's also his first world championship, and this is the first time that he has this entire group of really, really strong players helping him out. And but his forte has never been opening preparation, till very, very long moves. He's always looked at going into middle game positions, and so it's very different for both players how they prepare for it. So
Absolutely. Well, we've had a move, and Tanya, you were right on the money again.
I'm getting
Vishy,
rich.
you're certainly getting the moves. E5 has been played by the world champion. Now, this is a nice move. This is actually the sort of move, I believe, that was seen in that Negi game as well. Because what Black's trying to do, as you said, was to perhaps develop this knight on G8, bring it to E7, giving extra cover to this knight
To go shot castle.
You can, of course, also then castle your king.
And maybe later on, at some point he wants to go f5 and launch some kind of a kingside attack. Magnus has made his move.
And Magnus has whipped the pawn off after e5. So this is all pretty...
So the point of taking the pawn after e5 is because black is already threatening to defend it with bishop to e6.
That's an important point. Yeah, so in this position here, black was threatening to bring the bishop out. So Magnus, I believe, was pretty much...
It was time for him to take the pawn already.
It was the right time. So now Vishy has got a choice to make about... Does he can play bishop e6 still, but does that really gain much for him? I'm not quite sure. You win a tempo hitting the queen, but it doesn't feel like it achieves too much. Or is he just going to continue with his development and, put this knight to e7? He can even think about putting it on f6. He's got a choice to make in this particular position. So, waiting to hear from Vishy right now. Material is equal, and we're still in the opening phase of the game, so no fireworks
yet.
Just yet. Vishy, though, contemplating. I'm almost certain, of course, he's still in his preparation. I can't believe he's not going to be in his preparation here. But sometimes, even though you prepare very hard with teams, you like to just go over the lines again on the board, make sure you're playing the right stuff, make sure you haven't made any mistakes, and so on and so forth.
So Vishy continued to develop.
Yeah, Vishy's continued to develop here, and he played exactly what you said. He put the knight on e7. So, I don't mind Vishy's position at all, if I'm honest.
Also in chess, in general, there are always two kinds of openings, one which have long variations where there are a lot of forced moves, and you must remember the lines very correctly, otherwise you can get into a worse position very early on. And then there are certain positions which are more planned, general plans and ideas based, which don't have forcing moves, but there are different ways to continue. So in those positions, they tend to think early on a lot more, because you have to decide whether you want to go in one direction or another, because that will decide the course of the game. So I think this is one of those positions, where we don't have too many forced moves and forced variations, but many different plans. And probably both players are deciding which way to put their pieces and how to continue in a more general sense.
Yeah, well, I think actually we might be in for one of those long battles that we were all expecting at the beginning of the match. Carlsen himself has been quite outspoken in this. He wants long battles with Vishy. He wants to... He's not looking to deliver opening knockouts. He's looking to get a position and then start to play in that middle endgame phase where he's been so successful over the past few years. So I think today may very well be the day we get that. Of course, we can't guarantee anything. But by the looks of things, it's looking a bit more like we might get that. And we've got to move. And Carlsen, well, playing very principled opening chess, gets his king safe and plays castles on move 8. So, now it wouldn't surprise me if Vishy did the same. One thing that's really in Vishy's favour here, Tanya, is I like the fact that this pawn is on e5 already. The fact that white can't occupy the centre himself.
Right.
This is a good plus point in my opinion for Vishy.
Yeah, he controls the 3-4 square well.
Absolutely. And Vishy, another very interesting, a lot of people might be asking, well, he's never looking at the board. He's always looking away, or he's always standing up, or, thinking about something else. Well, chess players at this level
don't really need a board.
They don't need a board. They've got the position in their head. In fact,
In fact, they've got multiple positions in their head. They've got many games going on which they're trying to recollect, the ideas, the patterns, and more than just looking at the board, they're trying to think about these things and see if they can somehow get it in their position.
Well, absolutely. And actually, for all of you who may have seen this fantastic documentary on Carlsen just before this championship started, you would have seen a clip in that showing Magnus Carlsen play blindfold chess against...
Yeah, I saw that. That was brilliant.
He played against 10 lawyers, I believe. It was over in the US, if I've got that correct. And he played 10 games without looking at a single board. He just simply announced the moves he wanted to make, had a helper make those moves, and he beat them 10-0. So the fact that he can play these games in his head 10 at a time, maybe more, just goes to show that they don't really need to look at the board, although perhaps it does help. Okay, so we've had a move, and Vishy has in fact castled. So this is the current position, everybody watching. If you've just tuned in, welcome. We are about half an hour into today's game. This is, of course, game 3 of the World Championship match between Magnus Carlsen, the challenger, and the reigning world champion Viswanathan from Chennai. And, okay, well, Magnus playing a bit more speedily now, and d3. All right. So, Magnus... Here, Tanya. D3 looks like a pretty normal move to me.
Yeah, just taking some squares with the bishop. He probably wants to develop the c1 bishop next and make some developing moves with the rook.
Yeah, I think it's important to allow this bishop to come out now.
Yeah, so that he can complete his development. About what you said earlier, in fact, I also read somewhere that he played a blind simultaneous game with 20 young Norwegians. Wow. And which actually means having millions of different positions in your mind throughout the game. And he's not allowed to look at any of these boards.
Sure.
So, and he won all of them.
Well, a lot has been said about Carlsen's talent for... memory, or rather, I don't think it's a talent. I think it's an innate ability. He's got this fantastic memory where he can recall...
It's a real gift.
...games, hundreds, maybe even thousands of games. And that has obviously aided him because a big part of chess is memory. So I'm sure that will help. So big question is, what does Vishy play now? Well, now this bishop e6 move makes some sense, right?
Yes.
You develop a piece and attack the queen
right
at the same time. And the point is that...
Where does the queen go?
Where does the queen go? Exactly. So let's say we were to play this bishop move. I would assume the queen would go back from whence she came on a4. The problem is, in a lot of positions, we would love to swing the queen over to
h4.
The king's side, because suddenly we can start using our bishop and queen as an attacking combination. But
we're
here,
threatening knight g5 as well now.
Right, and knight g5 is also a big threat, which would threaten this pawn, and white wants to give checkmate. But the big problem is that I think after queen h4, knight f5 looks like a good reply, and here...
But in any case, white can also take on d8, for example, now, and go knight g5.
Right. Can go knight g5. Okay, that's very interesting. And what's going on there? Well, that could be a very good suggestion, because if I retreat my bishop, let's say I bring the bishop back to c8, then bishop d5 could be a problem. And then suddenly this f7 pawn, well, a bit vulnerable at the moment. So who knows? There are a lot of different tactics there. We've had a question from Agricul. Tanya and Lawrence, how do you guys get your hands on historical data, especially moves played in the past games so quickly? Well...
I'll take that one. All the tricky ones to me.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're obviously taking help from the computer. We do try to remember what we can. We've seen a lot of chess, so we have basic ideas. But when moves are played and we're deep into the game, we do take help from this program, which is
It's a database,
yes,
basically.
from a database, and we work with that. So that tells us what novelties have been played, which move is a new move, and what games have been played, and that's how we're able to give you information during the game.
Yeah, so basically, for all of you guys out there who don't know, every chess player, right the way from beginner to professional, well, not every, but the large majority of chess players have these databases so that you can see what has been played in the past and use it, and it's a fundamental part of your preparation. So we've got that here, and we will be using them. And we do have a move, and that looks like it's Vishy has just played. Has he just played h6? Maybe to anticipate. Yes, in fact, he has. So this pawn was very interesting, Tanya, because after we were looking at in this position here, bishop e6, I thought you couldn't go queen h4, but
maybe you can.
Maybe you can, because after knight f5, attacking the queen, we have to take this off. There's no other sensible move. Maybe we can take with the a rook, but even still, after this knight g5, that might be a bit irritating.
Which is the point of h6, because now black defends the g5 square, and is probably threatening to go bishop e6 next.
Right, and now you're preparing to bring the bishop out. So this is, in many ways, in chess, a very technical term here for all of you guys. This is a prophylactic move.
Yes.
We use this word a lot in chess, which is to say that this is a move to prepare an idea or a theme. So a nice little prophylactic move there. Also, in the future, this move, Tanya, gives a bit of space for this king to come out. And sometimes the king feels a lot safer on this square and getting off this diagonal.
Right.
So h6, but okay, now Magnus needs to find
how he wants to continue. I would say that he would develop his c1 bishop, and continue to develop and bring the rooks to the center, maybe something like bishop d2 or bishop to e3. But the problem with bishop to e3, for example, is that it comes under threat after knight f5.
Right, so bishop e3, knight f5, attacking this bishop.
And that's not so pleasant. I mean, you have to go back. It's
well, you can play bishop c5, maybe. Maybe that's the only...
right, and then black would go rook e8.
Yep, you can go rook e8. And the question is, is that bishop a bit odd-looking on c5? Is it really contributing? So, it looks a bit funny to me, on especially now that we can't really pressurize
f7
this pawn so easily. So, yeah, I think your first suggestion of bishop d2 is a very valid one. And white will look to get a rook, one of these rooks, it's unclear which one at the moment, to the c file, because that is the only semi-open file.
Also, I think white's pressure is probably going to be on the c file, because this could be a slight drawback of having black's knight on c6, if you put pressure on the c7 pawn and you want to maybe play b4, b5 at some point, and this is the drawback of having the knight on c6 and pawn on c7, that white can put pressure through this file. But for that, he needs to develop. So it's, I would say that he would continue doing that with taking out the bishop and bringing one of the rooks in the center.
And what about Vishy then? What kind of plan does he have up his sleeve? Well, he's got his pieces. He's developed quite harmoniously thus far. He's got his pieces up. I can expect Vishy. My first impression is that he wants to play bishop e6 and then queen up to d7 to connect the rooks. It's very important to connect the rooks a lot of the time. And actually, this introduces... this is quite a balanced game, I would say, so far, actually. There's nothing too crazy going on.
But at least there's no forced repetition here. That's a,
right.
That's a good
Well,
sign.
not at the moment, at least.
Yes.
We've got another treat. Rather. It's a treat. It's a tweet and a treat at the same time by Perisak. Hi there. What can the players do and not do while they're in the private room when they leave the board? That's a very good question.
Yes.
What can the players do? Well, they certainly can't check their computers.
Or talk to their seconds.
Or talk to anybody. I'm sure they're very much isolated in their private rooms. I think they have refreshments. I think they have teas and coffees, maybe some food. And I think it's not really a case of what they can do, it's what are they doing. Well, they're obviously thinking about the game. That's all that's on their mind.
Right.
But they certainly can't consult with anybody. They can't get their computers out because that would be cheating. In fact, nobody is allowed in the playing hall with a mobile phone.
Yes.
Or a laptop or anything like that. All electrical equipment is forbidden. I assume there is also a metal detector. Yes, there's a scanner. So everybody, before they go into the hall, that's players, spectators, officials, they're all scanned, and also the door is locked. So pretty difficult to smuggle something in. But unfortunately, Tanya, one big topic in chess at the moment, while we have a look at this position and wait for Magnus to move, is cheating in chess has become a huge topic thanks to the development and advancement of technology.
Right.
We've had a lot of cases this year of players using computers to help them, which is of course totally forbidden, which is why at this championship, of course, it would be unthinkable that this would be used at all. But that's why all of the security checks are so vigorous, to make sure that
definitely. Also, I think just there's so much during the game, there's so much going on in your head, all the stress, and you're dealing with all of it. So it's just good to get away from the board for a bit. And so while they're probably walking around, they're obviously thinking constantly about it.
Right.
But just to get up from that seat, in a way, it kind of refreshes you. You can't, after all, keep sitting for 6 hours in the same place, and it's helpful, to just keep moving during the game.
Absolutely, they need to get the blood flowing, and certainly they'll be getting up numerous times. Clock situation at the moment, well, still very early on in the game, but they've used about the same amount of time. They're almost equal. About 40 minutes gone. This is, of course, game 3 of the World Championship match. So far, the score is 1-1. 2 draws, 2 pretty uneventful draws in the first 2 games, but it looks as though today we're actually going to get past 1.5
hours.
1.5 hours of play, certainly. You can see there in the picture the digital clocks that they are using. Now, these clocks simply demonstrate or show how much time each player has left.
Right.
And every time they make a move, they press their side of the clock to stop their clock from ticking and start their opponent's clock. So the clock factor can become...
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, taking too much time and coming into time trouble is very, very not advisable. It's because in the end, you might think that you can take a lot of time, and it's 2 hours for 40 moves. That is the first time control, and you might land up using a lot of it in the beginning. But when the position gets really complicated later on and it gets tough, you're going to land up making a lot of subpar moves if you don't have enough time. So time management is very important.
And Magnus, he's wiping his face. He always looks unhappy. He always looks like he's just got out of bed and unhappy. But although the latter might be true, he's never unhappy. He's just very intense, very focused.
But normally, I remember when I played in Bike, for example, and even Magnus and Vishy both were there playing in the A group, and he seems quite indifferent also, the way he sits, the way he looks at the position or his opponent. But here he's very, very intense. You can see he's completely focused. Normally in a tournament when he's playing, you can almost see that, he's very, very relaxed. He's sitting back, he's looking at the position, he's moving around a lot. But last 2 games, and even this game, you can see that his whole 100% focus and his body language is extremely intense.
Well, absolutely. He's not thinking about anything else, that's for sure. We've got another tweet here from Maro Mavadox. Do you think Vishy can be so easily caught out of theory in this stage of the match? Well, the truth is that I don't think Vishy is out of theory. I think if anybody is more out of book, it's Carlsen here, because Vishy seems to, or at least he's very familiar with the types of position. Sometimes it's not about just knowing the precise moves, but it's about understanding the ideas and the themes, and you can apply these to different positions. And we've had a move, and again, well, it hasn't been too tough for us so far, Tanya, because they're pretty logical moves, but Carlsen has just played his bishop to the d2 square, so he's developed this piece, and now he's connected these rooks, which is very important in the middle game phase. So he's almost totally mobilized his army. He's got to get his rooks into play.
I think this was also one of the points of 8-6, not only to stop the knight from jumping to g5, but also the bishop coming to g5, you know. So he took away more developing squares for white's bishop, and which left white with only one bishop e3 was also possible, but like we were discussing with knight f5, it's not so comfortable. Right.
No, bishop d2 certainly feels a lot more natural to... It doesn't get hit, and you can see that both players are now up from the board.
That is possible. It's not... Yeah,
this isn't,
you can do that.
Yeah, you can do that, and that's quite normal. So both players will now be in their own private space, their own rooms. You don't lose the game if you're not at the board. You just... your clock keeps on ticking. So Vishy, I'm sure, will be thinking about this move, bishop d2. You can see there as well, both players wear blazers with their sponsors on it.
Yes.
Of course, as we have millions watching this, that's an important part of their jobs. And now the position is, well, it's black to move, so we'll see. We do have another tweet in the meantime. Tweet we have is from Buckle Tweets. What exactly is the difference between Rapid and Blitz formats, and is there a special World Championship for those formats? Well,
so with the Rapid format, we normally have a longer time control compared to the Blitz format. So in Rapid, it's you have 25 minutes each with an increment of 10 seconds, and that is what is going to happen if this match also goes to a level score of 6-6 after the first 12 games. And the Blitz is much faster in that you just have 5 minutes each with an increment of 3 seconds per move. So again, if the first Rapid format in the tiebreak goes to a level score, these Magnus and Vishy are going to play a Blitz, going to play 10 Blitz games in fact to decide the winner.
Right.
So I mean, if it goes into tiebreak, it's going to be very, very exciting to see them play very fast chess. Here, you're looking at them thinking on every move for 4 or 5 minutes, but that's not possible when you're playing Blitz and Rapid. It's just you have to think faster, you have to play faster. It's very exciting also.
Well, let me tell you, if it gets to the Rapid playoffs and the Blitz playoffs, it will look absolutely brilliant on TV because it's just action-packed, non-stop. Right. Mistakes, drama, all of it. And I know that perhaps the fans that are not rooting for anybody in particular would love to see that. Just to answer the end of the question, though, there are World Championships for both Rapid and Blitz, and they happen, and they are, well, most of the top players in the world do play in it as well. I'm not sure if Magnus or Vishy took part themselves this year, but certainly some of the other top players in the world did. So those are, championships also that exists. So, Vishy, both players back at the board now.
So it's Vishy's move now, and I think...
Well, bishop e6.
Yeah, it looks quite natural as well, you know, to continue development and follow the plan of 8-6 to attack the queen, and now probably queen h4 is not as potent.
Right. Yeah, I think after bishop e6, given that the pawn is on h6...
Right.
Because now after queen h4, we can play this knight move, and now there is no knight g5 jump, and suddenly we have two black knights that can come into this central square on d4, and well, this is absolutely no trouble at all for black.
Yes, black looks absolutely fine here. No, I think for bishop e6, he might not go queen h4 is my guess.
I think he's going to return. I think
To
he's going to come
A4.
back to a4. And, you know, he keeps things under control from a4. And here, well, Vishy again would have to decide how to continue. Queen d7 looks like a very natural move to me, where you're perhaps threatening to bring the bishop down to h3.
But I'm thinking if queen d7, can white go knight e4 now with the idea to play
Yeah.
knight c5? But there is a very interesting...
Right. Well, there's always this trick. So
yeah, there's this very typical trick of this position to go knight d4, for example.
well, this is a very, very standard motif.
Right.
So knight d4, what this knight, you uncover an attack
Yes.
on this queen. And the point is that if you exchange queens here as white, this may run into what's called an intermediate move.
Yes.
Knight takes e2 check. So you have to move the king first, and then you can recapture, and black in the process has won a pawn. Now the only thing is whether white has a little tactic to win it back. For example, maybe this doesn't work on this occasion, but this is what they're going to be analysing. Rook to e1 attacking the knight. The knight only has one square.
Yes.
But now once you take these guys off,
and knight goes to c5.
I'm wondering whether white, well, he doesn't win a piece because bishop e6, but this could be very favourable for
Yes,
white.
this ending losing the two bishops, because black must go bishop e6 now to defend both pieces. And white wins the pawn back, and he's got a pair of bishops in an open position, which is quite a long-term advantage. But let's not forget that even the f2 pawn is hanging in some positions.
Right, exactly. So it's getting a bit complicated now, especially after this. But maybe after queen a4 there are other moves. We've had another tweet, however. What would white's plan constitute advancing queenside pawns after sufficient preparation, and black to advance kingside pawns? Well, that's actually, I would say, a very reasonable
Prediction of the way the game
yeah.
would continue, in fact. We were discussing about this, that how white can, after, like you said, reasonable preparation, play rook to c1 and get all your pieces in the center, and then go b4 and b5, putting pressure. And black, on the other hand, is going to play f5 and try to do something on the king side. But of course, you have to be very careful when you're advancing king side pawns with black, because you've castled on the same side. Now it's much easier to advance your pawns on opposite flanks when you've castled on opposite sides. So
Right.
black has to be sure of it. He has to be really well prepared before he can do this king side flank attack with pawns.
Right. And look at this. Well, we've had a move that we didn't expect at all here, and that is the move knight to d4. So Vishy has played this knight move straight away, and now I expect Magnus to have a bit of a thing. So what's the idea behind Vishy's move here? Well, he's obviously not too afraid of white taking the knights off. Maybe he feels like...
White would go knight e4 here, probably.
Yeah, maybe his idea is that in a lot of positions, this pawn on e2 can
Be attacked.
and
Right.
it's quite tough to defend it. Although that said, it's not too difficult either. So knight d4 by Vishy, slightly unexpected, I must say.
But also, I think Vishy's idea is to play c6 next, for example, and this is a very typical way to block this h1 to a8 diagonal of the bishop. And it's used in many positions because this bishop is quite powerful on g2. It doesn't allow black's c8 bishop to develop very freely. And so I think Vishy would want to go c6 if black does not take on d4, for example. If he continues a simple move like rook c1 here, which
Right.
is also a possibility, and I think black would go c6.
Yes. So if rook fc1, maybe you're right, just c6.
And the point is that you kind of kill this bishop on g2.
Yeah. Yeah, I think... Okay, so Magnus now has got a bit of a decision to make, because after knight d4, if he takes that off, then the structure, the pawn structure completely changes. And that's a permanent change, really.
Right.
So my instinct tells me that probably this feels like the right move to take this knight off.
Right, because it is a very strong knight on d4,
Right.
and you can't go on too long in the game having the knight there, because it's going to put too much pressure and too many threats. So at some point you would have to take it off.
So if we take it off, the pawn recaptures, and then, as you said before,
The
knight
knight goes to e4
to
probably.
e4, and the knight can hop into c5. And that knight on c5 can sometimes be a bit irritating for black, because the bishop on c8 has to defend this pawn. So that's one idea. And
But I suppose even black in that position should be doing absolutely fine, you know. He's going to
Yeah.
play c6 again, and
right,
just like you said, put pressure on the e file against the e2 pawn.
right. I think it's if I had to take a colour here, I think I'd still take white, simply because I'm a bit more developed
Right.
and I've got clear targets on the queen side. So we're waiting on Magnus. Now he's having a real think, because this is quite an important moment in the opening. And well, I don't think we're going to be seeing a repetition, that's for sure. I think we're going to be in for a bit of a longer game today, especially when the position is so imbalanced.
Right. And this is exactly probably what Magnus hopes for, you know.
Right.
He's known to be the master of such positions. In a way, he can play them for several hours, and he feels very comfortable, even if they might seem equal to everybody else and seems like it's heading for something like a long draw, but he tends to play them forever.
Yeah, well, he's really got quite famous in that regard. He manages to make the top players in the world, despite it being rather level, somehow go wrong. And I've witnessed countless games from Carlsen where he's managed to squeeze an advantage somehow. That said, though, of course, so far Vishy has proven that this is going to be no walkover at all.
Course.
And Vishy has worked extremely hard on his physical preparation
Right.
for this event.
And even I think what's interesting is that this very big advantage of Magnus of trying to play positions till the very end have actually gone against him at some point, because he's also overstretched them, you know.
Right.
He's tried to push too much at certain points when well, it was okay to not do so, and that has also gone against him in many, not in many, but quite a few times. So what's his biggest advantage is also kind of turned back at some moments.
I would agree with that. In fact, I think sometimes Magnus, by his own admission, would say that he tries to look for... There's a saying in chess, you know, if you find a good move, try and look for a better one. But sometimes, actually, in chess, if your gut tells you something, if you just have this feeling that you should go with this move, sometimes you should do that and not worry too much and not try to be too fancy. Keep it simple, stupid, as we as is used across a number of different things. It also applies to chess. Sometimes keeping it simple is the right way, and I think Magnus has learned quite a lot from that in the past few years. So I think we'll be seeing not too much fancy stuff from him if he can avoid it. All right, so knight d4. So we've had no reply yet. Again, time is about even. One thing I would say is that these two players very rarely get into time trouble.
Right, that's true. And Vishy, in fact, is known to be a very, very strong when it comes to blitz and rapid play. He one of probably the world's best in a very, very long time. He's won many, many strong tournaments playing against the world's best in rapid format, and fast play is one of Vishy's very strong points. Well, which is, I think, Lawrence, one of the reasons why he'll be happy if the match goes into tiebreak as well.
Right. Well, certainly when he exploded onto the scene, this was a guy who used to beat up grandmasters using only 15 minutes, 20 minutes of his time,
right.
Whereas his opponent was using hours. And as a blitz player, well, all the best players in the world have seen him in his element, and he's extremely strong. Maybe slowed down a bit as he's matured, but there's absolutely no doubt as to how strong Vishy is
in fast play
right. Formats. Magnus, though, is no, he's no fish when it comes to fast play. We've seen him perform extremely well at the various Blitz Championships tournaments worldwide, and he can certainly be considered a very tough opponent. So that would be an extremely intriguing matchup to see them both play Blitz. But we're nowhere near that yet. Of course, this is just game 3. There are 12 games in this matchup.
A lot of people in this position we have a move, and he took on d4.
Well, this is the move I thought he'd play. He took the knight off on d4.
Right.
And of course, Vishy, well, he's got to recapture. I'm pretty sure it will be with the pawn.
I think a lot of people wanted to know before he took on d4 if he could have played e3, attacking the knight, which we'll just come back to.
Okay. We'll just wait for Magnus here to... Okay, we've had knight takes d4, pawn takes d4
right.
by Vishy, and now Magnus has to move his knight, but the knight e4 move really feels like the most...
I don't think he's going to take too long to make this move.
Right.
The point is that if you go forward, for example, with knight to b5, it just gets attacked again with c6, and it just loses time. And if you play the knight to the edge of the board, that's never good. So knight e4 seems quite normal with the idea to come to c5 and playing in the center, which is very important.
Yeah, I would agree. I think knight e4 is by far the most logical move in this position. So I think we'll see Magnus play that in just a short amount of time. It doesn't really seem like there are any other valid moves in this particular position apart from knight e4, if I'm totally honest. He could play knight d5, but that looks a bit strange to me. Because with knight d5, well, bishop e6 for a start, but also just c6. I mean, there are a whole host of moves.
Even just taking on d5 followed by c6, I think...
Yeah, I don't think that...
That will not give white anything.
No, I think we're going to be seeing knight to e4.
Right.
And we have just about played an hour so far. Magnus slightly down on the clock. And...
position is probably roughly level, I would say. It's a long game and anything can happen, but right now I think it's difficult to choose which side is better.
Right. A tiny preference for white myself. Yeah, I just feel like after knight e4, if we put it on the board, I've got a number of plans. I can play knight c5.
Right.
I'm of course bringing my rook to the c file. I've got my minority attack. I've even got this maybe some strange bishop move. So, for example, if you ever play c6, maybe I can play bishop b4, and
the d6 square is weak.
Yeah, exactly. If you play c6, I play my bishop out, and this square. Who knows? I think there are a lot of, and black has got to be a bit worried that even though this pawn at the moment on d4 is not a problem.
I think Black's plan, on the other hand, is going to be, I think he probably has to play c6 at some point, and Magnus has gone knight to e4.
Right, okay, so he's played knight e4. All right, so now up to Vishy. Now, how long will he spend on this? I think he'll spend a few minutes. I think this is getting to a critical moment of the... I think it's fair to say we're now in the opening middle game transition phase.
Yes.
But certainly we are looking at a much longer game than we have done thus far.
White's plan, like you were saying, is quite clear. He wants to put the rook on c1, put pressure on c5 and the minority attack. But I think Black is also looking to probably play c6 and put the bishop or the knight to d5.
Right.
And it's going to be a long game for sure.
Absolutely. Well, I think this d5 square, as you said, Tanya, is absolutely
Key for Black, yes.
It's absolutely crucial, in fact, and we've got a close-up now of the two players. Remember, there is absolute silence in that hall. You can hear a pin drop. There are a number of guards and security surrounding the hall as well, so any interferences will be dealt with swiftly. This is, of course, a match for the World Championship title, undisputed World Championship. There is no bigger prize in this game.
And no better two players to fight for it.
No, absolutely. We've got really the ideal matchup here. Match of the generations. Remember, this match here is special in many ways because of the difference in age between the two players. This is actually out of all of the World Championships ever played, and this is going back to the 19th century, Tanya, Anand and Carlsen have 21 years difference between them, and that has only been surpassed by Botvinnik Tal, which was a World Championship in 1960, and then Steinitz versus Lasker all the way back in 1894. So a big gap between the two players here. Experience versus youth. But
I think in any other sport, you know, with youth, I mean, with a young age, it comes, you've got physical stamina or fitness, it would be a huge advantage. But in chess, experience plays such a huge role. So you can't, I mean, it's difficult to say which is better over what, because definitely fitness-wise, stamina-wise, but don't you think Vishy is also looking completely at the top of his game? I think it's very clear he's worked really hard physically for this match. He's looking fitter than he ever has, and you can see that he really wants to give it all.
Well, I remember seeing a quote from somewhere, I think it might have even been from Vishy himself, saying he's worked harder in one day than he had done in certain previous World Championship matches.
Right.
Such was the level of fitness that he felt he needed to reach in order to make a match of this. So I've seen him in the gym numerous times.
Definitely, he realizes that stamina is going to go a long way in this match, because there are not going to be too many, you know, quick draws, and except the first two games, of course. But he knows that there are going to be games which are going to go on for 6 hours. So he's got to be fit for it.
All right. And, well, we are going to have a quick changeover of commentary team. And I'm going to welcome Grandmasters Ramesh and Susan Polgar to the commentary desk. And they are going to take you through the next phase of this game. So welcome to them. And myself and Tanya will be back in a very short while, but please do not go anywhere. Stay tuned for the continued coverage of Polgar and Ramesh.
Hi, welcome everyone. This is Susan Polgar with Grandmaster Ramesh, and indeed we are continuing the live coverage of Game 3 of the historic Anand Carlsen match right here from Chennai. at the Hyatt Regency Hotel. Well, we're having an exciting game today compared to the first two games for sure, which ended almost by this time.
Yes.
But
I think today we are going to have a very long game.
I think so. Maybe even a decisive game. You never know.
Yes.
So let's see. It started out as the first game where
Same ready.
exactly Carlsen started with knight f3 and g3.
Yes.
And then on the third move, he
Carlsen
played
came up with a new move.
differently, right?
C4, yes.
Indeed. So it's kind of a hybrid of a Rady and an English type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's what's different compared to the first game, and even especially more so from the second game, that it's not a forced type of line where they can play really quickly or prepare really deep and long, even though until move 10 or 11, the game, the way it proceeded today, it has been played before. However, it's still not really a concrete theoretical line.
Yes, I think Carlsen has managed to take Anand finally out of his preparation for the second time. And yesterday also he was quite successful in doing that. But as you said, the previous game was more forcing. The lines were direct and Anand could force his way through to safety. But today, the opening choice has been really clever from Carlsen in my view.
And let's put the position that we have on the board at the moment. I think Magnus Carlsen has played a move with the knight coming to e4.
Yeah.
And that centralizes the knight. As we know, knights are especially powerful in the middle of the board. The reason being that from the central position as it is right now on e4, the knight has access to 8 squares.
Yes.
In contrary, for example, if the knight would be in the edge of the board, only 4. And we have a move. I see somebody
C6.
writing a move, and that's c6, which is a very natural move. The idea being that to minimize the effect of that bishop on g2, the light squared bishop. Of course, it has a drawback as well, right? It weakens some dark squares perhaps on d6. As we know, pawns are the only pieces that cannot ever move backwards. So
Yes.
therefore, that d6 square perhaps could be a weakness later.
Yeah, we have, I think, the kind of position which Carlsen would love to have in every game in this match. The moves are not forced. We have plenty of options for both sides, and in my opinion, White already has a small pressure because if you can see the black pieces, they are yet to be developed, and as you said, the dark squares are already kind of exposed and weak, and the pawn on d4 could restrict the movement of the bishop.
Yeah, indeed. I think we can say that White has a little bit more active position because, let's say, if you look at the difference between the bishops on g2 and g7, the g7 bishop is clearly blocked in its power, right, with his own pawn on d4, while the bishop on g2 temporarily is blocked by the knight on e4, but that knight, of course, can move any time in the future from e4 to c5 or to some other square.
Yeah, I think White has two interesting possibilities here. One of them is the move queen c1,
which attacks the pawn on
which
h6.
attacks the pawn on
immediately.
h6, and if black can defend with king h7, maybe we can move to bishop b4, trying to exploit the weaknesses on the dark squares. And the point being, if black tries to get out of the pin, we could consider, so the king moving away from g8 to h7, it creates a weakness on f7. So this is an interesting possibility. And the other move I could suggest is probably moves like bishop f4 or bishop b4, but they are kind of more forcing. I'm not sure if Carlsen would like to play that.
Now, in addition to the plans we already just mentioned, another potential plan in these type of positions could be to play b2 to b4 and have kind of a minority type of attack, and then try to play b5.
And also to clear the way for the bishop's diagonal.
That's right.
And
That's
later
right.
maybe white could get the
Two
rooks to
rooks.
the open
Yes.
file.
Yes. Now, these
And-
type of positions typically arise with reverse colors from a dragon, Sicilian dragon type of variations, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, it's
So-
interesting that we can get the same position with either colors.
Yes.
And that's
That's
interesting thing about this beautiful game.
Now, of course, when we talk about a position with reverse colors, it means that if you kind of paint the pieces reversed, the white pieces here to black and reversed, white has a tempo up, of course, because
Yes.
white started the game.
So that
it's,
would ensure that his position is at least equal in that case.
Yes, yes. So I think I slightly favor white here.
Mm-hmm.
I think also for the fact that Magnus likes these type of positions.
Yes.
Based on his body language, it seems to be he feels the most comfortable I've seen him so far in these 3 days that
Yeah,
he's
but I
playing.
think Anand should have had expectations that he will be forced to play such positions at least in few games in this
Of
match.
course.
So it'll be interesting to see how Anand reacts to such new positions.
Absolutely. Well, let's talk about a couple kind of different general things for a moment while Magnus is thinking here. Did you know that chess actually has the second largest sport federation of all federations?
Wow, this is news to me.
It's pretty impressive that actually by now we have 183
Wow,
member nations in FIDE,
that's a lot.
which is the governing body of chess. And of course, the IOC recognizes
Mm-hmm.
chess as a sport, which I know
Wow.
some people doubt, but trust me, and I'm sure you can tell that too, that when you play a 5, 6, 7 hour game of chess, it's a lot of pressure and tension, and it requires a lot of physical energy from you as well, not
Yes.
just mental.
And because of that fact, we can also see Anand paying more attention to his physical preparation for this match. And we understand that he has worked on his physical fitness intensely in his 2-month camp at Germany. And it is believed that he went for a 1 kilometer swimming session every day. And he has also done 10 kilometers of jogging every day.
Wow,
And he has
that's
lost
pretty impressive.
almost 10 kilos
Wow.
for this match. And he seems quite fit, and that's a good sign for the Indian audience, because we see a fit Anand who can take the pressure which no doubt Carlsen is going to put on him.
Now we know that Anand is a native of Chennai
Yes.
and grew up here, and however we also know that he moved to Europe, and I think it's largely because most of the major chess competitions around the year are being held in Spain, in Holland, in Germany, different places.
Yes.
So that was the reason why he went and had a residence there, so he doesn't have to deal with the jet lag every single time he goes to play a tournament.
Yeah, and we did not have daily connecting flights from India to Europe as well, so it was very tough to get the tickets and visas on time.
Right. But as
Yeah,
I
we
heard,
have a tweet from
Okay.
Z Values. Please compare and contrast the playing styles of Anand and Carlsen. Susan?
Let's start with the openings. In general, I think Anand puts a lot more emphasis in opening preparation.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one difference we see definitely between the two players. Of course, although we have to say that Carlsen seems pretty well prepared here in openings as well. In general, I think Magnus likes more the kind of quiet type of positions and long, drawn-out games.
Mm-hmm.
He likes endgames quite a bit, while I think Anand likes a little bit more concrete play.
Yeah.
That's
Concrete
kind of
and
my
dynamic.
feeling. Concrete
Yes.
and a little bit more dynamic. Yes.
See, I too feel like Anand would like to get some kind of an advantage where he can put pressure on his opponent, and also the positions which he knows and has worked in detail at home. And I think that's also a big contrast between his style and Carlsen. Carlsen doesn't seem to mind playing completely new positions for him, where he is quite comfortable with his own strength and his ability to outplay any player in the world.
Looking at the two champions there, they both seem pretty calm, or they just have poker faces, I think.
I think it's a bit of both.
They seem at least make it look that they are both kind of content with what
It's
they
also
see.
very important we don't reveal our emotions to the opponent, because if the opponent comes to know that we are nervous, it could be a big psychological advantage for him. And Anand has extensively talked about this in his interviews after the previous World Championship matches. In one of the match, he has said that he tries to observe the breathing pattern of his opponent, and that gives a clue to him about the state of mind of his opponent.
And we have a move in the game. Magnus has played bishop b4 right away.
Yeah, probably with b4 that could have created a slight weakness on the c3 square.
Yeah, so the alternative that we were discussing was
Was
perhaps
queen
to play
c1.
queen c1 first and provoke either the g5 push or king h7. So now with this move, Carlsen has created a pin immediately on the knight. Obviously that restricts the movement of the knight from e7. It cannot move without losing the rook. So what can black do? Black could play bishop e6, looks like a normal developing move, gaining a tempo. Or the next thing would come to mind is move the rook out of the pin.
Yeah, but that would
Although
invite knight
that
d6.
would allow immediately, let's maybe put that on the board. If rook e8, then the problem is knight d6 immediately comes in and forces the rook back, so that doesn't look very good for black. So
Yeah,
bishop
it's
e6
not easy to
looks
find a good
normal,
move
right?
for black here, in my opinion.
So let's say bishop goes to e6 at the moment.
Yeah, it looks
attacking
natural. It gains a
the
tempo.
queen.
But the downside is probably when black gets to play knight c5 at later point, this could be under trouble. So we need to find a good square for the queen, which could be
So now the difference is that if the queen would still go back to c1, like we discussed the move earlier, then we no longer attack the pawn on h6.
Yes.
So perhaps that's why it may have been
now it probably doesn't
more
make much
efficient
sense.
to do
Maybe
it that way.
queen c2 here could be a better option, leaving the c1 square for the rooks to come later
That's
on.
right.
And we are also threatening to play knight c5 over here. So this is and probably maybe we can consider the move bishop d5,
Yeah.
because we can see that white is threatening to play knight c5 anyway, attacking both the b7 pawn and the bishop on e6, and we can kind of preempt that and play the bishop to d5.
Yeah. I have a
And
feeling that this
ultimately we should try to get
right.
the pawns to b6 and c5.
And
think
I
if
start liking it more and more for black.
Yeah.
If black gets to do all of that.
if black gets to do all of that, this is always the problem. We have good plans in chess, but do we have the time to execute them on the board? And this is one factor I think the young players should pay particular attention to. It's not enough if we just have good plans, but it's also important we have time to execute the plans at the
Absolutely.
right time, because a right plan at the wrong time, it's not good enough.
And in fact, even this particular bishop b4, which is a right plan, maybe a wrong timing of it. Maybe if Carlsen would have played queen c1 first,
Provoking
may have
king
been
h7.
better for him, because would have forced black to waste the time to protect that pawn on h6,
Okay.
while the queen will have to move no matter what,
Yes.
because of the bishop e6 coming. So let's just check for a moment. If bishop goes to e6, and probably it's not a good move, but let's just check. What if queen c5, trying to attack that knight a second time?
Maybe he could.
And that's the
come knight
problem, that
d5.
now the knight already is free to move, because
Yes.
the bishop is behind the queen,
Yes.
and therefore the rook on f8 is completely safe. So that would not be a great idea for white.
But from what little I have seen of Carlsen's games, I have seen that he doesn't mind getting his pieces out and then pulling them back again.
Right,
So,
right.
And this is something interesting which I admire in Carlsen's chess. Like if he's not comfortable with a piece in a particular position, he doesn't mind pulling it back.
Yeah.
But for an active player, it could be mentally very tough to get the pieces back from
Yeah,
where they came
yeah.
from. So maybe this is not such a bad idea, because here he has the option to go to an end game.
Right, he likes endgames.
Okay, he likes end games, but of
Which
course
is unusual
black is not.
for his age, right? Usually
Yes.
it would be, you would think it the other way around, that a more elder or experienced player would the one preferring endgames, but here is the younger.
Yeah, and it's
Did-
also a lesson for the young players.
Right.
The stronger players, they come up with new approach to chess all the time. They
That's
just
right.
don't follow the path which the previous generation have shown. Instead, they try to create their own way of playing the game.
Yeah,
Makes
that's
it
definitely
interesting.
true for Magnus.
Yes.
Did you know that actually Viswanthan Anand became grandmaster when he was
Mhm.
18 years old,
Yes.
which is pretty young, and that was in 1988.
Yeah, I know it
And
very
that
well
was-
because that's when that's why I started to play chess at all. That was the
But-
reason why I came to chess.
Did you know that that was before Magnus was born?
Okay.
So that's kind of an interesting contrast between the two players.
Yeah,
that
we
they
have
are from
a-
different generations.
We have a tweet from Mr. Ekileki. He says, "Can you say hello to my friends in El Salvador? We are following the game at 4:46 a.m."
That's
Wow.
impressive. Wow.
Impressive.
That-
Thank you very
that's,
much.
Real passion for the game. We appreciate that. And
Yeah.
that's one of the beautiful things that actually I've been told today, that not only that the national television in Norway and India are broadcasting our commentary and the match, but it's being actually visible in 48 countries,
Yeah, wow.
which is pretty remarkable. And
Remarkable
we
indeed.
know that while on television it's only in 48 countries, through the internet broadcast, actually
Android applications.
practically all
Yes.
all,
All over the
countries
world.
in the world can
Yes.
follow it, and I think most countries do follow it.
It's
Maybe
also
not at 4:46 a.m. their time, but maybe after the game if it's too early for them. And we have another move, as expected.
Bishop E6.
E6. It seems by the hand movement we just saw on the screen. Indeed, that was the move, bishop to e6, attacking the queen. And there aren't too many options. Really,
Yeah,
there are
it's
only
most,
3 moves.
yeah, I would bet on queen c2, and my second choice would be queen c5, but probably queen c2 would be the most natural.
Yeah, I think queen c1 probably is out of question at this point. It makes no
yeah,
sense
yeah,
whatsoever
it doesn't make sense.
to step in between the two rooks. We want to keep that c1 square at this point for one of the rooks for later.
No, but as I said, we can expect practically everything from Magnus. Just now, as you mentioned, I was thinking about queen c1, and it doesn't look. It does look foolish though, but maybe it has a point because we are threatening bishop d2, for instance, and we are also threatening knight c5.
Yeah,
Um,
but if you play queen c1 now,
b6.
and look at that.
Ah.
And look at that. Indeed, he went back all the way to C1. I really wonder why.
No, as I
Why
said, I think
didn't- Why he didn't do it right away? That's what I mean. Why instead of bishop b4 when he would have gained a tempo?
okay. When I was an international master, and I was a very direct player, I like to play direct moves with some threat, and I was not comfortable playing quiet moves, and that was really bothering me. And there is this Indian grandmaster Abhijit Kunte, and whose games I admire a lot. He's a fantastic positional player, and his style is almost similar to Magnus Carlsen, and he likes to play quiet chess. He likes end games, and he doesn't go for mainline theory. And when I studied his games, I noticed a similar pattern. Like he likes to take the pieces out, create some threads, and when they are met, he calmly comes back. And from Carlsen's games too, I see a similarity. He likes to put his pieces front and then bring them back.
I don't know. I have to tell you, I'm not impressed by this particular maneuver in this particular order of moves. I would have expected this move 2 moves earlier.
Okay. More, but 2 moves earlier, it was more direct.
Yeah.
And probably that's
but
what,
I have a feeling it may have been objectively better.
Yeah, but I don't think Carlsen tries to play objectively the best moves. He just wants to. He also takes the human element a lot more seriously. He wants to create some confusion in the mind of his opponent, not play the moves which a direct player would expect. And
Yeah, I think Anand seems pretty puzzled by what's going on.
I would be too.
Looking at his facial expression,
Yes.
is this really happening? Did he really just do this? I think he's trying to understand what's the catch.
Yeah. Okay. Probably now bishop d5 is an option, as I was
Yeah, looks
saying
like
before.
a very natural option for sure.
And one thing black would like to get ultimately, if not now, would be to get the pawns moving. Because if we see from the pawn structure, white has a pawn majority, 2-1 in the center, whereas black has pawn majority
On the queen
on
side.
the queen side. He has 3 pawns versus 2 pawns.
That's
So
right.
one good idea for black would be if he can somehow advance his pawns forward. That would give him some activity, and because white is keeping the game very static with no pawn tensions nor piece tensions. The position is very static, no concrete stuff is happening. So if Anand can get the pawns moving, then
That'd be great for him.
It will be.
Let's show a scenario that, let's say, black plays bishop d5,
Mm-hmm.
and let's just
if,
make kind of an
if we-
ignorant.
Before that, Susan,
Mhm.
a small variation.
Mhm.
If he tries to do that directly, the pawn on c6
C6 would
is
be lost. That's right.
lost. So he needs to prepare it well. So bishop d5 could be an option.
Yeah, I just want to show a kind of an ignorant variation that, let's say, white plays like a4, which he definitely won't, but just for
Okay.
argument's sake, and
Yes.
b6, and black manages to play this plan, and let's say a5 and c5. And this is just a trick that white has to be really, really careful about, not to play now bishop d2, because the
Mhm.
knight can actually get trapped. So if now bishop d2, even though the knight is so beautiful and centralized, it can get trapped.
Yeah.
So this is a typical tactic that white has to be careful about.
Yes.
Of course, this is just a fantasy variation for black.
Yeah.
This will never happen, but it's a theme that white needs to be really careful, because
Yes.
b6 indeed is likely to come
Mm-hmm.
in the foreseeable future. And then the point being that white really has to be careful not to take away that last escape square of the knight on d2.
Yeah. Susan, can you tell me, like, in such positions, how would you think? What would be the kind of moves you would consider if you are black, and how do you come to such conclusions? Like, what would be the factors you would take into find the
Well,
moves?
you know, whenever you're thinking about your next move, your next decision, you normally would basically want to first of all think what does your opponent want to do,
Mm-hmm.
right? So that's step number one. Are there any threats that I need to defend against? So that's step number one. If your answer to that is that no, there is no real threat at the moment, then
Mhm.
you can start thinking of what you'd like to accomplish. And as you pointed out here, black has several plans. One would be to gain space,
Okay.
as you said, with the b6 c5 plan, to push further back the white pieces and gain more space, as well as to improve the position of your pieces.
Yes.
So bishop d5 would certainly do that, and also tactically prevent the losing of the pawn, because if black would push the b6 pawn up immediately, as you said, white then would trade the bishop for the knight and win the pawn. So Anand is still thinking at the moment. Just thinking wise, you know, you see still the black queen in between the two rooks. So that's another thing you'd want eventually to get the queen out, so the rooks are connected. And of course, long term, you don't want to sit in a pin very long either, which the black knight on e7 is on. And we have a move, bishop d5. We are
Okay.
getting Vishy's moves at least pretty well.
Okay, it's my from childhood. When I was young, when I started playing chess, my brother, who is also an international master, GP
I
Prakash,
didn't know that.
okay, we did not have any coaches back then, so he gave me a very useful tip, which I try to use in all my games, and also especially when I am practicing at home, which is he always told me to guess the moves first before you see an actual game, because you start thinking on your own and not rely on what others are doing. And
That's a very good tip.
yeah,
All
so
of you watching us.
yeah, and
And
this
the
is what
game,
I
of
try to
course.
tell my students as well. And this is true, especially even when we prepare openings, because I see a lot of young players, when they see openings, they try to remember the moves and they don't not forget the moves, but they are not paying any attention to why the moves are being played and in what particular order the moves are being made, and all these factors are very important. So it's not enough if we just see the games and try to remember them, which is not possible in the long term at all, because we are going to definitely forget the moves which we see at home. So it's better to understand, and even if we forget the moves, we can always find them on the board, because we know why they are being played.
And the other thing that way grandmasters think is have their candidate moves.
Mm-hmm.
So the first thing when, let's say, Anand just played bishop d5. I bet what goes through Magnus's head is, what are my options here?
Yes.
Obviously, he's not going to think of a move like king h1 or rook
Mhm.
b1, right? So he would be thinking of reasonable moves.
Yes.
And usually those are pretty limited to 2, 3, 4 choices. So he would first establish what are his choices.
Mhm.
And then from then on, he would perhaps look at the most attractive one first,
Mhm.
and then look at others, or the more concrete one in some cases
Mhm.
first, or eliminate ones that look concrete but quickly can assess that they are not good.
Okay.
And then you move down to, okay, so what are my last 2 options? Okay, and then you try to evaluate which is better compared to the other.
Yeah.
So in this particular case,
Okay,
it's
I
not so
have-
simple actually. What would be your thoughts?
Okay, as I see, like, okay, if we go just one move backwards, and if I was black, I would certainly worry about knight coming to c5, attacking my bishop and the pawn, and also the pin, and also the fact that the queen is in the way of the 2 rooks. So this would be the things I would like to pay immediate attention to, and in the long run my plan would be to advance the queenside pawns. So I will first like to solve my immediate problems, and then I would like to slowly improve my position of my pieces and the pawn structure. And so that's how I got to consider bishop d5. And here for white, I would say, now because the bishop has come to d5, I would not want to move my knight away from e4. I don't want to exchange the pieces, because the d5 square looks good for all the black pieces, because ultimately a knight on d5 or a queen on d5 or a bishop on d5, they are all good. It's a good square for all the pieces. So I'm happy that he has one piece already in that square, so I don't want to play a move like knight d2 and exchange the piece so the other piece can come and sit in that good square. So I would rule out moving my knight from this place, and I don't see any good moves with my white bishop, nor the king, nor the 2 rooks. And so that leaves me only with the black bishop on b4 and the queen on c1. So the 2 moves that come to my mind is coming back bishop d2, which would also as I was
That's
saying,
like losing 2 tempos, 2 valuable tempos,
no,
right?
but like I was explaining before, I've learned this from Abhijit Kunte and Carlsen. We can always go forward and come backward in non-concrete positions. So
But
one
I
move bishop d2, the other move with the queen. So as I was saying, I have to find a good move with a bishop, and I don't see a better move than bishop d2, because now it gives me b4, b5, and he does not have knight d5, knight c3, because the
But
bishop is on d5.
I have to tell you, I'm really
The other
getting concerned for white here, because let's say after bishop d2, black can play f5 right away and force indeed that exchange of those bishops, and the new black piece coming to d5.
Yeah, but
I'm-
that could create weakness on e6. So before I start analyzing,
Right?
the way I think is I eliminated my bishop g2, my knight e4, my king, my rook f1, my rook a1. So that leaves me only with the queen on c1
I know.
and the bishop on b4. So for the bishop, I don't want to take bishop e7, release the pin straight away for because I don't see why it should be done now. So the only good square I see for the bishop is bishop d2, and the other piece is queen. And for queen, I see queen f4.
Yeah, I am kind of
Sorry.
more
So
intrigued
this
by that move. That looks
this
kind of
creates
nicer.
more pressure
Yeah.
on the dark squares. So bishop f4 is an option. The other option is bishop d2. And then how I would like to think is, if I have a good pawn move here, so maybe like move like h4, and then I will see every pawn move, h3, h4, g4, f3, f4, e3, b3, a3, a4. So when I do this, I can quickly eliminate the bad ones.
Right.
And I can maybe settle for a move like h4. But I don't like it because it kind of weakens my king side. And so I would like to
So
put it as my third option.
Let's talk about queen f4 for a moment,
Yes.
because it may be a good move, maybe a bad move, I don't know, but it is an interesting move. It
Okay.
has kind of a threat, maybe not a very dangerous threat, but knight
Yeah.
f6 kind of,
It connects the rooks.
yes,
It puts
pressure on d6, and knight
dark
f6
squares.
maybe is
And
coming.
knight f6 is already a threat. So in that
Right.
case, maybe we should consider
f5,
f5 from black.
most concrete.
And
yes.
then if the knight moves away, he can take the bishop on g2
Right.
and bring the knight to d5. For example, something like this
Queen
could
d5,
be
knight d5 also. So there is also queen d5 check.
yeah. So yeah, but knight d5 probably is more forcing.
And now queen d2.
Yeah, he'll be forced to play queen d2. I think now black is completely fine here, because the d5 square, as we see, all the three pieces used. The first the bishop came, then the knight came, and the queen comes. And all the pieces, when they come to d5, they look pretty decent.
Yeah.
And if we go back, maybe we can start our original plan.
Yeah. Yeah.
And here
Yeah.
black has possibilities for an attack
Black looks
on the
good.
king side. And I don't think...
I don't think Magnus looks very happy at the moment.
no,
We have a comment by Spinoza 9642, I think.
he says both players seem to have made suboptimal moves. Do you think they are feeling the pressure so early? No, I think I like Carlsen's play so far. Even though I understand playing queen c4, queen c1 may not look the best way to handle the position, but I think I'm comfortable with what Carlsen has played so far, and I was not very pleased with the early knight d4 when Anand did it on the move 10. I thought it was a bit too early and too committal, and probably Anand wanted to play a more concrete game. He did not want to play the
We
cat
see
and mouse
that game
game.
after game, that he plays
Yes.
very concrete
Yeah,
chess. And
the approach seems to be very clear. Anand wants
Yeah.
to play direct chess, give threats, and make Carlsen react to those threats.
Right.
And Carlsen wants to sidestep that kind of a game.
Right.
He wants to play more of a cat and mouse game where the threats are not so obvious, and the plans are also not so obvious. We have various plans to choose from, and this is the kind of position I think Carlsen relishes. Like, give a lot of options to the opponent,
Yeah.
but nothing direct.
Yeah.
Lot of
But-
positional questions.
But sometimes, it's a matter of objectivity as well. So, in this particular case, black seems to have more threats actually than white,
Mhm.
with f5 coming or the b6, c5.
Yeah,
plan
so we
coming.
were analyzing queen f4. I'm considering
There is another
how
move.
about queen f4, f5,
Okay.
and I don't know, maybe stupid, but
Queen d6, interesting move. So if the pawn takes on e4, then the white queen takes on e7, right?
yeah.
That's
So
the
in
idea.
case
And if queen
now,
takes, just take, f rook takes, and then pawn takes back.
okay, in case I think Carlsen would be happy with such a positions because because of
Better
so
bishop,
we were
perhaps.
analyzing queen f4, f5, and we were seeing this move, a funny move. I'm not sure whether it is good or bad, but let's see how it is. In case of fe4, we take
Mhm.
the queen.
I was more
Takes a
concerned
pawn.
maybe if black now takes on e7 instead of on d3. Not to take the pawn on d3 on your very last move, but take on e7 first perhaps, and then attack the bishop, rook e8, f to e8.
Yeah, but then the pawn on e4 would be a kind of a pin, I believe, something like. And in this
Mhm.
case, I think
And take.
Carlsen will
take,
be more than happy.
rook e2.
Yeah, in that case, maybe I should go back bishop a3. So from
Mhm.
this line, I
Yeah.
want to improvise.
Right, but then black is not forced
Not
to take
obliged
on
to take on
d3 at
e4.
all.
Yes.
So
Maybe
I
he
think-
could go for and get
I
something
think
like
black
this.
is okay.
I think, yeah.
Black
Now
is
then
completely
the
fine.
bishop should be very bad. Yeah.
Well, we have
Okay.
14 moves into the game, and let's see how the time stands. They have used some quite
Yeah, we
significant
have a-
time, in fact. Magnus used 53 minutes almost, right?
Yes.
While,
But again, I think time should not be a factor.
well, you never know. You never know. He's
Mhm.
almost used half of his time for the first 40 moves
Mhm.
given, and Vichy used only a little over 45 minutes. So we'll see, because the first 6-8 moves I think were pretty quick, so they
Mhm.
used quite a bit of time
Yeah.
since.
Yeah, I think we have analyzed the queen f4 to some extent. Maybe we can start considering this move.
Yeah, as I said, I'm not
bishop.
a big fan of it, because it's exactly the idea we had for white,
Uh-huh.
to play queen c1 right away when the bishop was on d2. So
Mhm.
basically it's the exact same position,
Okay.
except that the black bishop now is not on c8, but it is on d5,
Yes.
which is two moves that clearly favors black. So I really don't think
Okay.
this should be even considered. That's my feeling about it.
Okay.
On the other hand, I have another idea. Instead of
Mhm.
the bishop d2, to play queen c5,
Okay.
attacking the knight. And the whole idea is based on a little bit of tactic in that if rook e8, that would protect the knight, then knight d6 would come. So basically the rook probably cannot, well, maybe can, but shouldn't move. So knight f5, of course, is another alternative. And now, can we play knight d6, or that loses a piece after b6? That knight d6 probably is now not a good idea, right? Because then black just attacks the queen and we lose a piece. Not good. So it's not so simple for white. What to do?
Okay, we have a question from Glenn Tickle. Are there rules about what players can write on their papers? Is it limited to just moves? Can they doodle? Susan. Really a tough question. I don't know the answer, honestly.
I'm not quite sure. Normally they are expected only to write
The moves.
the moves. I know a lot of players actually like to keep track of the time they use.
Yes.
I think probably more so in regular events where they are not being recorded, like here they are, and commentaries and everything. But normally they're just the moves. Now, what's really interesting, I think I said a
A4.
little while ago that moves like a4, or such, and will not be considered. And look what happened. Pawn move. a4 out of nowhere. That's pretty surprising.
I think probably in case of a move like b4,
b6.
in b6 and followed by c5, probably Carlsen wants to pull the bishop back and start an attack on the queen side with b4. Maybe
But
that's a
remember,
possibility.
he has to be careful, so the knight doesn't get trapped.
Yes, as you said.
Right? So
earlier.
if right now, for example, b6 and then bishop d2, then I think we'll have exactly that very problem, that the knight just gets trapped. So I think Anand is kind of keep getting puzzled by the moves he's seeing. But I have a feeling not terribly disappointed
Yeah.
so far.
Yeah, he doesn't look disappointed, certainly.
He looks pretty calm.
Yeah, he is.
And I know Vishy for half my life. And I can tell you this is not a very concerned Vishy.
Okay. No, I also feel like this time he looks more determined. And I felt somewhat, probably during the Gelfand match, maybe his body language was not as positive as it is now. In the press conferences too, he was kind of reserved during the Gelfand match. But now I feel he's opening up a lot.
Well, after all, he has the home court advantage, right? He is right from here. The majority of the people here obviously are fans of his, supporters of his. They want him to hold on to his title and do well every day. So perhaps it helps him actually to have that ambiance of, unlike playing in Moscow like he did against Gelfand, where while Gelfand was not from Moscow, but still he was from the former Soviet Union and he spoke the language and so on, had a lot of friends, where probably the majority of the people wanted the Gelfand to win. Here now he has the other side of the coin of,
At
having
least
the
a
home
billion
crowd
people are
support.
rooting for him. That's a big support for Anand here, a huge support. And in the position, maybe we can consider move like a5. Okay, no, a5 just gets bishop
But
d2.
now the knight is not yet being quite trapped, although maybe it will. I don't know. Look at that. Let's say bishop d2.
Okay.
Let's look at the bishop d2 for a moment. f5. The knight still has now one spot on c5 because black haven't yet played the b6. But now b6 comes.
Or maybe, okay, then if we take and play this, we
And
have a
then
small
there is a
trap.
fork. That's right. So the
So
knight kind
maybe
of
he can do this first.
right. But black can do that first as well. So let's not play b6 right away. Bishop takes, king takes, queen check, intermediate move. White gets out of the check, and now b6. And now the knight cannot go back to b3 because the a pawn already advanced. And if it goes forward to b7, that's completely enemy territory.
Yeah.
So the knight simply will be trapped right on b7, for example, by c5 or by one of the rooks, of course, attacking the.
So if bishop d2 is
Right.
not going to work, then probably a5 is interesting, because after a5, if we go back bishop a3, maybe we could get to play b6 and lock the bishop out with c5.
I'm telling you, I think the Indian fans are gonna be happy, at least for the
Mhm.
moment. Things look pretty bright for Vishy at the moment. I think I was a
Mhm.
bit worried for him just a
Earlier,
couple
yes.
moves ago.
Yes.
Had Magnus played queen c1 2 moves earlier than he did, but now I think that coins have turned, and it's
Yeah.
Magnus who has to be a bit careful.
Yeah, I think Anand, he would certainly consider moves which are more direct, as we were talking earlier.
I think Magnus is looking at his score sheet. What did I do? How did I get to this position?
So probably he should have played bishop d2 one more earlier, so a5 was not available.
I don't know. I'm really puzzled, but of course it's easy to talk from here, from the commentary booth, without the pressure that he has to deal with. Of course, it's very different to be at the board. It's easy to be here in the comfort of all kind of screens and everything. But we'll see. And as you said, he is a master at playing these type of positions. Not even every single time the very best move, but then somehow turning things around. I've seen number of his games, even just this year, when he was in very similar scenarios, that he was even slightly worse in actually similar type of position with white, and yet somehow slowly in a 70-80 move game, he outplayed his opponent. So of course it's for the Norwegian fans or Magnus Carlsen fans out there, nothing is lost yet, even though he may be not better at the moment, or perhaps even slightly worse. We've seen him turn things around from such and even worse positions.
Yeah, the other direct move apart from a5 that comes to mind is f5. And what do you think about this move?
Well, f5 is certainly one of the first move comes to mind, I think, when you're black.
Now
Because
we
when you're
have
thinking about your next move, I think first you look at the most
Forcing
concrete,
moves, yes.
forceful and concrete moves. And f5 obviously attacks the knight, and white has only very limited choices. This knight d6 is the critical move, right? Because it's the most active, it attacks pawn on b7 right away. Black now, of course, could trade bishops himself on g2 if he wanted to, or just push b6 as we're showing on the board, allow white to trade. And now it's very interesting, it's a discovered attack because the bishop now gets the rook on f8, but the white knight on b7 is kind of trapped. Although it can come back out to c5, and that will reach a kind of imbalanced position. Knight c5,
But I think black should
pawn
be...
takes, queen takes. So if you look purely materially, white now has an extra rook and an extra pawn, but black has a bishop and knight. So generally a rook is considered as valued 5 points, a pawn 1 point, so 5 plus 1, 6, as well as the bishop 3 and the knight 3, that's also 3 plus 3 equaling 6. However, the material is just one thing to consider in these type of situations. You also have to consider the positional aspects of the game, and black seems pretty active. White has a weakness in the e2 pawn.
Yes.
Also, the white's king's position looks a bit more vulnerable, with, as you're pointing with a green arrow, black about to play f4 and perhaps developing a quick attack
Yes.
with queen h3 following that up. So these are some interesting possibilities arising after f5. Of course,
for b6,
here white may
okay.
have some other options, perhaps. The problem with going so much forward when you're all surrounded with enemy pieces, like the knight on d6 would be, sometimes you can get trapped, so have to be cautious. Knight c5 may be better. Let's see, knight c5 also attacks
Now,
the pawn on
if
b7. Doesn't look that much better either, right?
Yeah, this seems to lead to the similar position more or less.
Now, of course, if we want to go back with the knight on e4, I mean, let's go put the knight back on
maybe
e4.
this is interesting. You need to move the... And we do this
and
way.
take,
And
take. take, and queen c6.
Queen c6, but maybe rook
Looks
c8.
very
just,
scary for that knight there. Pawn is hanging, that's true. Well, that's the big question. If that knight gets out,
It's a big if.
that's a big if. Because if it doesn't, then it's game over.
Yeah, but this doesn't seem to be a good way to. Okay, something like. And if we try to trap the.
Then check. King h7, knight d6, and then a pin.
Okay, so maybe we can change the order of
Still
moves.
may not be over knight f5 there, but
First
okay.
this.
First knight d6.
And if we try to pin this way, we can.
Then
come
it's
out.
good. Then it's very good for white,
Yeah.
indeed.
So we need to consider fi. The same thing could arise even in this order.
Yeah, doesn't matter from where the knight goes to
Mhm.
b7, indeed.
So probably f5 we get to this position. And I'm not sure how things are.
Yeah, this is one of those situations, I think, when, of course, for all of you out there who have your computer running, can tell probably a more accurate.
Yeah, but engines could be pretty useful in such positions, very concrete variations.
Yeah.
So we
yeah.
have two interesting options, f5 and a5, which are very direct moves.
And those are just, of course, the very concrete ones. And then b6 is another
Yes.
certainly candidate moves. I would say those are the three realistic candidate moves here for black. b6 preparing c5, very logical. And then,
Maybe
of
we
course,
could go a5 and come back. and
well,
try to
well,
push
is the
b4.
knight getting trapped again?
We
Be
are-
careful with that knight being
we
trapped
are
there on
trapped
e4.
again.
I have to admit, it happened to me before in a blitz game some years ago. So I learned it the hard way. So I'm very conscious about that. Knight on e4. So we have a move. Indeed, Vichy played b6, which I thought was... I was most afraid of that, let's put it that way, if I'm white.
Yeah, but I'm sure Carlsen must have considered this has to be the main line because
Yeah.
it looks very forcing and direct, apart from a5 and f5, of course.
So now the situation is that constantly Magnus needs to be aware of this problem, that the bishop cannot retreat to d2 because the knight would be trapped by the f-pawn advancing to f5. And then, of course, seeing the bishop on a3 is a pretty sad view, I think.
Yes.
So with that in mind, perhaps it's even something to consider for white at this position to trade the bishop for the knight on e7. I'm not saying that's a dream, but given the choices, your options you're left with, it may still be...
And then
and then push
square on
a5
b4.
perhaps.
Maybe we can come queen b4.
Queen b4,
The
that's
black piece
true.
is kind of very active.
Yeah, I mean,
here.
black is doing fine. I'm not saying he's not, but... And
it's a very
indeed, look,
interesting,
he immediately took after
Oh.
very short thought. And we have another question from one of our Twitters. Of course, Anand immediately recaptured. And an immediate move, a5, blitzing
so
out.
fun.
Look at that. No time even to take our question from our Twitter here. The moves are happening so quickly. We're up to move 17. And the question is, do you think slight computer analysis advantages are even relevant at this level of play with elite players? Well, they are somewhat relevant. That would be my
Yeah.
response to that. Don't take it with a grain of salt. It's when it's 0, 1, 0, 2, that range, there is a...
At least it's an indication of the trend or the direction in which the game is going.
Yeah. It's let's say it certainly means that neither side is winning. You know, it tells you it's close to equal.
Yeah.
But of course, there is the human factor that neither Anand or Carlsen knows about that. So they are not influenced by it whatsoever, and they are judging it by the human evaluations. It just gives you a judgment to know that, yes, it's still around equal. That's pretty much all it is. And as I think I've been told that it has been jumping a little bit up and down. First, Magnus seemed to have the advantage according to the computer, slight advantage, and then Anand, but it's nothing really significant. One move and that can turn very easily to the other side.
Yeah,
When you
we
see
have
evaluations of 1-0 or 2-0, those are usually a lot more significant than
normally
the 0,
the
1-0, 2.
assessments, if the engine's value evaluation, it's something like this. If the engine shows above 0.69, it is it normally till 0.69 it gives plus equals, and from 0.70 it becomes plus by minus. And if it is like 1.00, we can safely say the advantage is something like we have a pawn extra in a safe position. So I think, but we need to take the assessments of the engine only as an indication of how things are. But in more concrete positions, they are likely to be more accurate.
You know, what just hit me, I think I would take it like the weather forecast. You know, it's like, yes, they'll tell you there's not going to be any rain, beautiful sunshine, it's going to be 30 degrees Celsius or in the 80s in Fahrenheit, but that's the prediction. It doesn't mean that that's going to happen necessarily.
Yeah. And it's really nice that Anand is getting to play in India after so many years. It's almost like 20 years. Or
yeah,
so
I just read that I believe that he has not really played in India a serious match since 1994 when he played Katakamsky.
But I think he played in the World Cup at New Delhi.
Oh,
I think in 2000, the first half
2000,
was played
yeah?
here. And then
Okay.
he beat Shiro, I believe, at Iran, and he became the world champion. So
Right,
I think
right.
that was the last time probably he played in
but that was tournament, right?
it was
the
a
knockout.
tournament, not a
Yeah,
match.
yeah.
Yeah.
But match
World
is
Cup.
since 94.
Yeah, since
Wow.
94. Yeah. So it's really a nice thing which the All India Chess Federation has done by bringing Vishy back to India. And for such an important match, like the World Championship, it cannot get bigger than this.
Absolutely.
So it's a real treat for Indian fans to see Vishy after a long time playing in his home turf.
Absolutely. And I think you can perhaps thank Aruna for that because they have a 2-year-old son, I believe now, Akil.
Yeah, it's 2.5. I
2.5.
believe. Yes.
And I think that is why they moved back their primary residence.
Yeah,
from,
I think
Europe,
for the
right?
last after the Mexico match, after the Mexico
2007?
in 2007 when he became the world championship after when he regained the title after a gap of a few years, I think they moved to Chennai.
Already then?
Yeah, already
Oh,
then.
okay.
Yeah, and I also remember that after the match, myself and few other grandmasters, Ganguly, Abhijit Kunte, we were having a camp at Chennai, and Vishy invited us to his home. It was just a few days after becoming the world champion, and he was already raring to see more chess. And it was like a big shock for me because if I was in his situation, probably the next 2 months I'll be enjoying the moment. But just few days after becoming the world champion, he was already raring to analyze chess games. Shows the hunger he has.
Yeah, well, I have to tell you, when Vishy visited myself and my family back in Budapest, Hungary, many years ago, I definitely can tell that his passion for the game is really remarkable.
Yes,
And he really
indeed.
absolutely loves the game, and he can't have enough of it. And apparently it hasn't changed much. And I think that's one of the secret ingredients to his longevity, that for so many years he's
To
there.
keep the hunger going for all these years, to keep the
Yeah.
motivation.
Yeah.
One of Indian women grandmasters, grandmaster from India, Harika, he told some months ago that it's one of the most difficult things for a professional player is to keep the motivation going for a longer
Absolutely.
period of time. And Anand has that has been one of his secrets for such a long career
And I
at this level.
I think it's also important to mention that he has been very fortunate, I think, with the fact that he met Aruna, and Aruna, his wife, is really a very important partner, I think, in his success. She really took her role exemplarily, I would say, that
Yes.
as his manager and as not just as his wife, but as a full supporter, they are really partners in his success. And I think not every grandmaster or world champion is so lucky to
Yes.
have such kind of full support in
Yes.
every way.
Yeah, and I was thinking about the position here, and for Queen B4, maybe white can consider going to an endgame with.
Well, let's put that on the board for a moment. Imagine we trade the queens now. Queen takes d2 and knight takes, and the bishops get traded. And let's say black
We
plays
get
c5. Now,
something like
these
this.
type of positions we would consider a good knight against a bad bishop, because the black bishop is restricted by a lot of those pawns on dark squares. So this is something that white would be hoping for. And of course, black would try to avoid. Although it's not all lost for black either, because black would have significant counterplay along the e file, putting pressure on the pawn on e2.
Yes. But probably in that case, the king could go to f3 and give protection to that.
Right,
But this will be a position which
At the first sight,
chances
it looks
are
nice for white.
nice for white. Yes.
Yeah. Of course, with more and more pieces getting traded off, if that will be the case, again, we may see a draw today. Probably it's a more tense game, certainly, than the first two already.
Yeah, somehow I feel the game could go a long, long way from
I think
now.
the game can go a long, long way,
Yeah.
but
So-
yet it may end in a draw.
Yeah, it's likely possible. Yeah, and,
But it's I think that, I don't know if you mentioned yet today that, but it's not unusual for World Championship matches to start with draws. In fact, if we just go back to our very last or one of the last World Championships between Kasparov and Anand, when they played in New York, the first 8 games ended in a draw.
Wow, yeah.
And
The
only
first-
the 9th game was the first time when, in fact, Anand beat Kasparov, and then he lost the 10th game, and so on.
Yes.
So, it's not like were making 10-move draws. They were playing fighting games and so on. So it's very normal that they both trying to play the best moves, and more often than not, they succeed. And when that happens is, if both play the best moves, chances are the game can end in a draw, or
Yeah.
they play at least very good moves most of the time.
Yeah, that's also this interesting idea. Maybe for c5, if he tries to play more direct chess, what do you think about this move?
And trading bishops that way, having opposite colored bishops. Again, I kind of like white perhaps slightly
Because,
better.
Maybe he gets the
A file, because
A-file.
that white bishop on the long diagonal has a beautiful control of the A8 square, meaning that black can never get there with the rook, while the white can double up with the rook and get towards black's position.
Yeah, these are the kind of positions where white does not have much risk, and he can keep
Exactly.
pressing
And
the
we have
opponent.
another move in the game.
Rook
I've
B8.
seen Anand pressing the clock, and he played
I think he played.
rook A to B8. Wow. My first feeling would be that's good news for white,
Yeah.
because it's giving
uh,
voluntarily up the A file.
Yeah, he gets the A file all for himself, and then he
Right.
should probably try to get rook A8 back and challenge the file, because now
Right. The question
it's
is
a fight
why
for,
to do that then? What was white's threat that he wanted to move away?
probably Anand wants to take BA5 if given a chance, and I know this creates weaknesses and breaks the pawn structure. Probably he wants to, if he can manage to take the B2 pawn and put pressure
Well,
on the
if-
E pawn, maybe
yeah.
he can get good counterplay.
Yeah, although
That's an
I
option.
I don't know. I'd be scared, I think, to take back with the rook on B6,
Yeah.
or take myself on A5, because it also weakens the C5 square.
Mm-hmm. But rook B8.
So rook B8, and I think in a couple minutes we'll have our other part of our commentary team joining,
Mm-hmm.
and we'll have international master Lawrence Trent with WGM Tanya Sachdev joining and giving us a break for a little bit.
Yeah. We'll be back.
And I think the game will continue for quite a bit, so you'll definitely see them for the next hour, and assuming that the game continues on for further than that, you'll see back us again in about an hour. So long, and in a minute, Lawrence and Tanya will continue.
Okay. Thanks for that, Susan. And to everybody who's just joining us, welcome. I'm here with Tanya Sachdev, continuing the action of today's game, which is, of course, Game 3 of this World Championship match between Vishy Anand, the world champion, and the challenger, the world number 1, Magnus Carlsen.
Right. First time we're back for the third hour.
Well, the good news for everybody out there is that this game is going on so far longer than the other two. And it's a pretty unbalanced position. So actually, the result is not a foregone conclusion by any stretch of the imagination. And Tanya, a lot of interesting things have happened since we've been away. I know that Susan and Ramesh have been keeping everybody very much informed as to what's going on. But we have had a few moves, and just as Susan and Ramesh were departing, we've had another move by Magnus. But let's just have a look at move 17 here, Tanya. Rook A B8 by Vishy. Now, I was very surprised when I saw this move played just a couple of minutes ago. I must say, that felt like a bit of a concession to me, because it gives up control of this file. And I wasn't sure that was wholly necessary, if I'm honest. But, okay, well, Vishy's played it. But now this gives Magnus the time to play Rook E1, developing his rook and protecting this weak pawn.
I wonder, Lawrence, if Magnus would have played AB6. Well, I think Vishy has already made a move to Rook FE1.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got another move already. And he's developed the other rook to the game, Rook FC8. So
I was just thinking, if Magnus was at any point to take on B6, does Vishy want to take it with the rook and probably put pressure along the B file? And that was the point of playing rook to B8. So that because even the B2 pawn is quite weak for Magnus. Right. So to give an A7 weakness, but also to have pressure along the B file. So he's kind of setting up his pieces in a way, that if the game opens up on the queen side, he'll be able to attack white's pawns faster.
Right, well, yes. Let's say, for example, then, that white takes now.
Right. Of course, black can take with the pawn as well.
Sure. But we're saying, what happens if he takes with the rook?
Yes.
So he voluntarily takes back this way. And, well, that pawn on b2 is quite difficult to defend, actually. You're right. So maybe that's an interesting idea behind Rook A b8. It wasn't actually to give up the A file
after all,
but to open the B file for the rooks. So
but it's quite double-edged, because you give a C5 weakness right now, and the C5 square, for example, and also your A7 pawn is weak. But I think the fact that black is able to achieve counterplay along the B file will be good enough compensation for this.
Yeah, it looks like it certainly brings a lot of compensation. But I believe, we are not going to see that, Tanya, because A takes B6 was played by Carlsen, but Vishy replied the more principled way.
Yes, of course.
To recapture with the pawn and keep everything
intact, not giving weaknesses.
Right. And now it's back to Magnus Carlsen. But actually, I feel like Carlsen has improved his position somewhat compared to, let's say, a few moves ago. If we track back to around here, A4, B6. Well, I wasn't totally happy here if I was white. The queen looks a bit misplaced on C1. In fact, a move like A5 here was also very interesting to stop any of this queenside action. But okay, even here in the current position, if we rewind, I'm not totally upset with Vishy's position at all. I think he's got a very solid position.
But I'm thinking, if white was to, take advantage of the fact that black's rook from A8 has moved and say to double on this file with rook to A6. A very common idea in chess is when you have an open file, you try to double your rooks or major pieces on it. So maybe a move like rook A6 right now.
Right. Okay. And that's of course, got the idea of, well, that's another reason why this queen, it looks a bit funny. If it were on c2 already, I'd be a lot happier if this queen could somehow just come up one square. That would also protect the e2 pawns. So
Right. I would say black has a very nice place for his own queen on b4. It's also quite an maybe just to reply rook a6 with queen b4 now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, supporting the b6 square and the b6 pawn, and it's a possible move at least.
Yeah. No, that looks certainly very possible. Here, probably queen d2 or something would be the right way to go.
Right.
Because actually, if we exchange a lot of pieces like so, this is going to favor white.
Yes.
The knight versus bishop in this particular position, because the bishop is blocked in by its own pawn,
Right.
the knight is actually going to be a lot stronger and can hop onto the light squares. Not to mention the fact that white is the one who can control the only fully open file on the board. So I don't think we're going to see that, but this is the current position. And now Magnus, well, these are the positions where he starts to really get into gear. He starts to show his strength, because these are slow positions, and we have a move, and it's not rook a6, but it's, well, it looks like a very direct move. He's played the move queen to f4.
Right.
So queen to f4, this is the position on the board. So we've reached move 20. And for all of you guys out there who didn't know, they have to make 40 moves each before the next time control. In other words, Magnus now has 56 minutes for another 20 moves, and Vishy has 52 minutes to make 21 moves. And when they get to move 40, they both receive another hour bonus time. So we're at basically the halfway stage here. And queen f4. So what's this move all about, Tanya?
I think he wants to, like you said, exchanging queens in this position and trying to get into a knight versus bishop endgame would be pretty good for white. It would give a long-term endgame advantage, because black's bishop is, the dark squared bishop is not that great. So maybe he wants to go queen to d6, trying to get the queens off the board. And this is very typical of Magnus, you know, to play for small advantage in a long-term game and keep pushing it, and more and more pressure builds on the opponent. So I think he would be happy to change queens here and to exchange these light squared bishops on d5 and g2. And that would be probably a better endgame for white. So I would say that white wants to play queen d6 right now.
Yes, and then the black queen doesn't really have an amazingly good square to go to, does it?
Right. And bishop e5, unfortunately, is not possible because the h6 pawn is hanging here.
Right, so if black were to play bishop h5, unfortunately, that loses a pawn.
To just queen
Thanks
h6.
What if then black were to, and this is a question that everybody else, well, white's threatening queen d6, ostensibly threatening queen d6. So what happens if you just take this knight off? Is that a bad move? I mean, strategically,
I think it would be, I would definitely prefer white in this
Sure.
opposite color bishop. I mean, for a lot of people feel that opposite color bishops are very close to an equal draw position. But here, the activity of white's bishop is so much more than black's bishop. And an important point to remember with opposite color bishops is that you are not able to control. For example, for black, he cannot control the light squares. And slowly, you know, even with h4, white can continue with h4, h5, and build some kind of a pressure along black's king. So I'm not saying white is winning here or has a huge advantage, but this is very pleasant for white to play and much more tough for black. But then black has to do something against the threat of queen d6, for example. And what's interesting, Lawrence, is that in the initial position, if we just go back, even if black was to play f5 here, for example, white can anyway continue with queen d6, or maybe even knight d6 is interesting here.
Well, knight d6, yes, we've got to be a bit careful,
Yes,
but it looks like it can be played.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now and it looks possible.
Yeah. Well, the knight can hop in, and the point is that you would love to play this move attacking both queen
Right.
and knight, but that fails to
Knight
just
c8.
knight takes rook.
And
after-
black's queen is hanging as well on e7.
and that would be a decisive material advantage for white. So
Black-
knight d6 and queen d6
Yeah.
are potential threats. Something landing on d6.
Yes. So I think black probably would either take on e4 or maybe go rook to d8, just protecting the d6 square. And
Yeah, rook d8. Okay. Well, that certainly looks like a
normal move.
yeah, that looks certainly like a very sensible idea. And now if you're white, you need to ramp up the pressure somehow.
I feel white has to try to exchange the light square bishops anyway. You know, because any position where white has a knight and black has the dark squared bishop is because of the pawn structure, and because the bishop is blocked is going to be better for white. So maybe to just play knight d2 here, for example, and just try to get, exchange these bishops here, playing for small advantage. And they often say that in chess, you get bigger results when you play for small advantage rather than trying to find something absolutely amazing on the board all the time.
Not problem, but we just have to be a bit careful about that queen. It's lacking a few
Squares.
The last thing we want to do is lose
Yeah,
our queen
That's
here.
true. But
But-
I don't see how.
I don't see. Well,
Let's see if g5 is possible. Just to
Well-
see if the queen can get into trouble. But it's a very weakening move to play
Right.
something like g5. You have to be sure that you're going to win this queen,
yeah, which you can't. No, I don't think you can win the queen. So, all right. So this is a nice probing move, quite a Carlsen-esque move.
I
Just
like queen f4.
yeah. And now he's just putting a question of Vishy about how you're going to stop that, and then this knight d2 idea is very much in the air. But Vishy isn't, and well, he's just played it, Tanya.
Rook d8.
He's just played rook
Yay.
d8, so he felt he really needed to defend against
Yeah,
that.
definitely. And I have a very strong feeling that knight d2 makes a lot of sense after rook d8.
Yeah, I think if you can't win the queen, then knight d2 must be up there with the top moves. So, all right, so
Also, I think after rook d8, black wants to play queen b4 at some point because black also must try to put some pressure.
rook d8 played by Anand, and if knight d2, let's say there's an
I
exchange,
think they take.
and now
And maybe queen b4 here.
So the queen is just probing.
Yeah, definitely. If you take queens off the board at this point, I think white has got a very good game, Lawrence.
Right.
But with queens on the board, black has got a bit of definitely enough counterplay on the queen side as well.
Really, thanks to this attack down here and here. So yeah, queen b4. That's very interesting. So. Well, not an easy, because now g5 might be a threat.
Yeah.
So, for example, if I try and defend my pawn on b2, then I'm wondering whether I can deflect the protection of this knight,
Right.
and then suddenly, actually,
You're losing
we're
your knight.
losing a knight. So that looks like a very feasible continuation. Let's go to the game position, which is with rook to d8. So this is the position at the moment, and Anand about 10 minutes down on the clock, but no need to panic just yet. He's got 47 minutes nearly for 20 moves, which is more than enough time. Tell us, Tanya, a bit more about, obviously, you're a home supporter. Tell us about what this means for Indian chess and how this championship really came to fruition in India.
This is absolutely huge for Indian chess world over, but I think especially for India, it's. I think after this match, with the kind of publicity it's gotten, and we've never seen this kind of euphoria anywhere. You know, you've got journalists everywhere all day long, and it's huge for chess. I think we're gonna have so many people who are going to young kids who are going to take up to the game after this is over, and I think a huge role to play is the Indian Chess Federation. We've got a very, very dynamic federation. I remember when I started playing in India, it was a long time ago. Let's not get into that. But there were hardly any tournaments that used to happen. I would always have to travel abroad, or it was very difficult to play. And now if you go, we've got many strong open tournaments, and even young kids, so many of them take part from school level. So chess has really grown a big deal over the last decade, and it's the federation, I think, that has done a lot of tournaments, we've got a lot of international players, and a long way to go still, but I think India's definitely getting up there when it comes to chess, and this match is going to take it to a whole new level.
Well, let's hope so. Magnus, of course, himself is representing Norway, and I know that his rise to the top has done a hell of a lot for Norwegian chess.
Definitely.
But more so for, again, chess in general. And he's a young guy, he's a very normal guy, likes a lot of normal things, and as a result,
just with a genius-like memory and being world champion at 22, he's a very normal guy besides all of that.
Yeah, but considering how talented he really is at this game.
But it's interesting. I think the fact that he's from Norway, and Norway in general did not have a huge chess culture before Magnus, and he's obviously the reason why the game has grown so much. I think that's a huge parallel between Bobby Fischer and Magnus Carlsen. Bobby Fischer came from the States, where there wasn't much chess at that time, and he's the one who kind of made that entire culture happen. So there have been huge parallels which have been drawn between Fischer and Magnus. I think that is one of the main ones, that both of them came from places where chess was not big before they made it big.
Well, certainly they both have had a massive influence. Very different people, of course.
Yes.
Which we should point out.
But genius all the same.
Genius on the board for sure. And Magnus now having a bit of a think here. He's got there aren't so many moves you can play with white. Because really, one of your main plans is to get rid of this bishop on... I mean, this bishop on d5 is...
Lawrence, now looking at the position, another very interesting idea that I see for white is also maybe to try to play h4 and h5.
Yes.
To create weakness somewhere on your opponent's king is always a plan.
Now, I like this move, h4, because you don't signal your intentions just for the moment in your long-term intentions, but h4, it's one of those moves, it's a probing move.
Right.
You threaten potentially to weaken the light squares, and then once you do that, exchanging the light squared bishops would be
even better.
A huge idea.
Yes.
But also you give some space for the king.
Right.
To come out here, and you dissuade any g5. So it's a multi-purpose move. It wouldn't surprise me to see this move actually also played by Carl. Very human move.
Yeah, and normally a lot of times black would reply with h5 himself to stop this idea. But then what happens is that the white knight just jumps to the g5 square, so it's much stronger than, say, knight d2.
Right. Right, yes, I would agree. And then the knight can always recycle back this way if it wants as well. It's never going to get in trouble. So a move like f6 would be unadvisable because you can exchange pieces and the knight can probably just come and sit. And all of these put one key rule.
In this position, you're going to lose the b8 rook, so you've got to be a little
Oh my
careful.
goodness. Let's not do that. It's the long queen moves, you see, sometimes you overlook. Okay, so in essence, what I was trying to demonstrate is that all of these pawn moves aren't going to help black.
Just going to weaken the king even more.
Right. So, yeah, I can see h4 being played, actually. If I had to bet on a move, I think
you
that...
actually agree on a move with me, Lawrence.
I do. Absolutely. Well, so far you've guessed most of them, Tanya, so I would be a fool not to. All right, so potentially we've got a very long game in store, especially if it goes to an ending. So we are barely through the first part. So remember, they can offer a draw at any point in the game.
Right.
Now, originally this wasn't part of the deal. Originally you had to wait a certain number of moves before you could offer draw, but it was changed. What I've been told is potentially for the next World Championships that they're going to have what's called the so-called Sophia rules in place. So in other words, you can't offer a draw before move 30 or move 40, depending on... And that makes a huge difference.
Right.
I
think the reason they're called Sophia rules is because they came into place at the Sophia tournament, the World Championship there, right?
Yeah, we'll have to check up on that, but we'll get our researchers to do a very good... But what I know is they are called Sophia rules.
Yes.
But actually, I think... if we're speaking seriously for a moment, I think they're a very good idea.
Yes, it is.
Because I think people don't want to see draws and quick draws all the time.
Especially when they buy passes for the World Championship match.
Yeah, exactly. They don't want to spend 20 euros or 30 euros on a ticket for the game to be over in 10 moves. That's not what they want. So in principle, I like the idea of Sophia rules. However, there are certain tournaments where I think they should be applied more than other tournaments.
Right.
But I think for the World Championship match, I believe it will actually be next year. So far, I think that's the schedule. So whoever wins this World Championship will play the winner of the Candidates Tournament. Now, whoever loses this World Championship does get an automatic ticket to the Candidates Tournament in, I believe it's March 2014.
Right.
So there is potential for there to be a rematch.
Yes, and Candidates is where the champion is the one who gets the right to challenge
Right.
the World Championship. The World Champion.
That's the tournament that Carlsen won in order to challenge Anand. So we're still in this position waiting for Magnus to play. H4 certainly
I like it more the more I see it.
Yeah, I do like this move. And I can feel Magnus he's the sort of guy who'd play this. I was looking at I don't really have a decent rook move at the moment, because even though in an ideal world I'd like to put my rook on c1 potentially, my e2 pawn suddenly becomes very weak, and I don't really want to put my other rook on c1 because I have control of the A file.
You don't want to leave the A file.
Right. So
I think if it was Black's turn here, I think he would want to play Queen b4 here, for example. So probably for h4, I'm wondering if Black can reply with Queen b4.
yeah, in fact he could. He probably, this Queen b4 move is quite a nuisance actually for White. So he has to bear that in mind.
So we've got a tweet from Anand Kumar, and he's saying that can the commentators talk about their first meetings with Vishy and Magnus? You go first.
Well, I'll talk about Magnus and you can talk about Vishy. I actually met Magnus. I met him when he was very young. I met him when I believe
He's still very young.
He's still very young, but when I'm talking about when I was even higher rated than him, that's how many years ago it was. And actually, I met him. I think it was at a European Junior Championship where I was representing England and he was representing Norway. And I can happily say I've got a 100% record against him.
Oh.
Not in chess, but in
Even
pool.
Vishy can't
In
say
pool.
that right
So,
now.
yeah, I beat him on the snooker table, and that was about it. And that was my first meeting with him. But since then, my commentary at the London Chess Classic was the first real time I met him when he was in the elite. And that was back in 2009. So I've known him pretty well since 2009. And, of course, since then he's got better and better and better. So what about you? When did you first meet Vishy?
I was really tiny when I first met Vishy. I just started playing chess. Maybe it had been a couple of years, but I wasn't that serious about the game back then. I think I must have been 10 or 11 years old. And there was an exhibition match which was held in Delhi. And I'm sure he has no maybe, but he's got an amazing memory. I don't know if he remembers it or not, but all of us who were playing Vishy, we were 4 or 5 young kids from Delhi who showed some promise in chess. And we're going to remember it, of course, forever. So we were there, and it was this NIIT, which is, I think, a huge sponsor for Vishy. Yeah. So they were organizing this event, and it was my first and only match against him, actually. And I lost.
Well, that doesn't surprise me.
So I don't have a 100% score against him like you do. But
well, it's not. I don't have a 100% score over the chessboard. That's for sure. I had to beat him in other formats.
I meant with Magnus, but yeah. So that was quite a memorable day, and I think just meeting him was quite inspirational for me as a child. And I asked him many questions. Some were quite silly, but chess-related stuff. And he's always, I think, a lot of journalists also have always asked him that, what is your secret to success and what do you do? And he's always said that you must enjoy doing what you do, and that's the only way you're going to get there. And I remember he told me that as a kid as well, that, you have to enjoy the game. And I'd asked him, like, how did he get so big and how did he become Vishy? So he just said that he loves playing chess, and it's why he is what he is. So that inspired me quite a bit as a child.
Absolutely. All right, so just my researchers have informed me that the Sophia rules actually were devised at the MTEL 2005 tournament. Is that right?
Which happened in Sofia?
In Sofia,
yes,
that would have been.
So I was right, partly.
Partly right. Okay. So Magnus is spending a bit of time here, actually, on this one. He
doesn't think so much normally for a move. He plays faster.
Yeah, and now he's playing with one of his the pawns. You see a lot of players play with their opponent's pieces, during the game.
Yeah.
It's sort of, they shuffle the knights or the pawns in their hand. That's just a standard way to think. And Vishy, very deep in concentration here. You can see he's really...
Though he's not looking at the board, but he's thinking about the position. No,
absolutely. And my gut instinct tells me that black should be absolutely fine here. Magnus is going to have to come up with something quite special to make any real progress in this position. All right, so we said h4. That looks like a real decent candidate move. Have we got anything? A knight d2 we said would be met by this move. Queen b4 takes.
Probably takes on g2 first, and
queen b4.
Yeah.
And the problem is, I'd love to play knight c4, but that runs into b5.
But I still have probably knight a5 here. It's not the end of the variation.
Nope.
But you have, because I attacked the c6 pawn. That's my idea.
Yeah. And the question is, how do you protect? Well, it's quite difficult, because a nice little tactic here, Tanya. If rook dc8, that actually runs into knight takes c6, which is a bit tricky. The point is that if you recapture my knight, and then win your rook, and that's going to be
The long
decisive.
queen move.
The long queen move. So actually, that's interesting because
So
if
it's
you can play
probably
knight,
possible
if
to
you can play knight c4,
Yes.
then then it's good. But
So we have a move now.
lo and behold, we have a move, and that move he's gone for h4. I think Vishy will have been expecting this, if I'm honest. It's such a natural move here.
Right.
It's a non-committal move. It doesn't. Knight d2 forces the play,
Yes.
and Magnus wanted to just improve his kingside position.
He's provoking more weaknesses before the exchange. I'm pretty sure he has the idea of exchanging these light squared
Yeah.
bishops at some point, but he probably is waiting for a very good moment for that.
Right. So how does Vishy respond here? This is
So like we were discussing, that white's idea is to play h5, and black playing h5 looks quite weakening for the g5 square. Also, I'm wondering if black can go queen b4 here.
well. If you go queen b4 now, yeah. So you're trying to attack my pawn.
Right.
The problem is that does that queen, is it a bit far from the king side? So a sample variation just going through my head is if I play knight f6 check, you take me,
Yes.
and I can take here. So an intermediate move.
So I take with... Oh, I
Ah,
must take with
you must
my...
take with the pawn.
Yes. Always
Because-
forgetting this b8 rook is hanging.
Right. So the point is that if you can't move the bishop because this pawn is
Right.
so bishop g7 would run into a disaster, a move like queen takes
Yes.
f7. So you have to take with the pawn.
We also have queen d6, which is an interesting move
Yeah.
here. Because if you take with the pawn, the structure is not that great, you know,
right.
which I'm guessing is what you wanted.
Right. In fact, after this, I was thinking, well, if you try and take all my pawns, suddenly do I get a lot of play like so?
I can still play rook f8.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not so clear, even
Right.
this position.
I fear for these pawns, though. This is a tricky position as well, not clear at all.
Right. Even though black is a pawn up and it might seem that materially he's better, but white has a lot of piece activity here. And black's pawn structure is not that great.
Well, for example, h5 immediately would be...
Oh, this looks good for white.
Yeah, it looks a bit scary, if I'm totally honest.
Yes.
Black's under a lot of... Black's very passive. Basically, he's gone from attack to defense, and this...
I mean, he has to still play queen d2. And I'm just seeing in this line if you can take hg6 after queen d2. That
Wow.
would be an interesting...
So queen d2, attacking my rook, but we just ignore it and get on with things.
yeah.
H
'cause-
takes g6, queen takes rook check, king up.
And how does black defend his own king now?
But the problem with white, what's our threat? Rook takes f7, I assume, is the threat. Yeah. Wow. What a nice variation. Because you can't take the pawn because there's checkmate.
Right.
So if queen takes e2, rook takes f7, the problem is you can't take on f7 because there is
Checkmate.
another checkmate. So that's a really pretty variation,
To
actually.
sacrifice the rook and get a mate. Very unlike the position that we have right now.
Right.
You don't expect a mate anywhere here, but that's what happens with chess. You know, you get a position, you develop all your pieces, you place them in the right position, and it seems quite positional, but then tactics start flowing out of the position because your pieces are well placed.
Right. No, that variation looked very dangerous for black, I must say. I think we won't see Vishy playing that. I was a bit concerned about moving the queen away from the king.
Right. There's one more idea for Vishy here, Lawrence. If he can play rook to a8 to try to neutralize
Well, that certainly feels a
the
lot.
a file.
That certainly feels a lot more to the point. If you ask me, I think that instinctively that feels like a better move.
Right.
And the question is, Do you want to exchange? Probably not.
Because the problem with exchanging in this position is that you just hand over the a file to black.
Right. What happens if I just continue and try and weaken these squares and play h5?
It's very tricky for black to decide how to react to such a move, because he's got, I mean, you can either capture on h5, you can play g5, or you can just let your structure be the same. And to, yeah, it's not easy to decide how to react. Probably taking the h5 pawn is it's a bit risky, because you're going to lose this pawn back again, and you've broken your kingside structure. So
Right.
breaking it with gh5 is not very...
No, that feels like it's a concession. But maybe g5 is just okay for black. And I can't find a good square for the queen.
Just comes back to d2, yeah?
Well, then that runs into f5. And suddenly
Oh, yes, of course.
my poor knight on e4
That's a nice trick.
is under... Well, it can't move anyway. It's going to be lost.
Yes,
It's gone. It's got no squares to go
Right.
to.
So maybe you have to come back to c1 then.
Yeah, but then after queen c1...
Because let's not forget that, you know, these committal pawn moves, they
Sure.
are, once the light squared bishops are off, after knight d2, it's even further weakness of light squares.
In fact, just a little intermezzo here. After h5, there is a possibility that we can do the same
Oh, in fact, we have a
thing.
move, Lawrence.
Well, he's played king h7.
Yes.
Okay. That's... Rook a8 looked like a good idea. Just to finish off this variation, I was thinking maybe you can take first on e1 and then play g5. The point is, if queen c1 now f5, and this pawn suddenly falls, and that could be quite serious. So, that was interesting, but okay, this is all
Fantasy?
fantasy. It's not going to happen because Vishy's played king h7. So what is that about? Because the first move that comes to mind is h5, and I've got, if g5 this time, I can always check and win a tempo if I want.
Yeah, because your queen on f5 after the check might not be...
Well, for example, if king
Super
g8 or
happy
king
now.
h8, well, we can come back.
Always come back and...
And again...
Can I play bishop e6 here?
Yeah, but...
Oh, and queen e4, bishop d5, and we follow what's
Well,
happened in the first two games.
well, no, because
Except queen on
the
e7
queen-
is
yeah.
hanging.
Yeah, no, but just queen e4 here, and
And-
suddenly I'm threatening this pawn on c6.
Right. So black would go queen b4.
Yes. Queen b4.
And now I want to play bishop d5 next.
Yeah, and that might not be too bad at all. Now that's all getting a bit complex. So h4, king h7. This is now we're getting to a critical stage
Yeah.
in the middle game. h5 was the first move that
I
came
think
to
another very important point of king h7 is that black is threatening bishop e5
right,
now.
exactly. That's the big idea behind king h7. Is that bishop e5 is a threat. And Magnus has got to be a bit careful about that one, because the queen hasn't got many good squares at all.
Right.
It hasn't got many good retreat squares. Well, Vishy looks quite confident, and Magnus less so. So Magnus needs to find a good move here. And the question is, how does he proceed? Tanya,
What?
any ideas in this position for Magnus? Because bishop e5 is a big threat.
Yeah, it looks like a real threat actually.
And of course, it's bishop e5 followed by
f5.
f5.
Black's looking good.
You prefer black or white here?
Black. Black.
Okay.
I'll go with black.
You're going to go with black? Okay.
As long as queens are on the board, I think I'll go with black here. But yes, if white manages to get the queens off, white is better in the endgame in this structure and with the bishops.
Yeah, actually, the more I look at king h7, the more I like it.
It's such a subtle move, you know, and these top players, world's best players, are so good at finding these kind of moves, which seem very unassuming, but they're actually pretty strong.
Well, we've had a move.
And
Magnus has
played knight d2.
Played knight to d2. So he's retreated the knight.
But this has been the idea for a long time, to exchange the light squared bishop. And are you thinking about bishop e5 now?
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out what's going on here.
So bishop e5.
So bishop e5, we carry on. The queen has only got
one square, which
only
is
one
the
square,
g4.
g4. And now the queen can be trapped out of the game.
I think I just found a threefold repetition. Okay, I know I need to stop with this, but still.
Well, yeah, so bishop, your threefold repetition is bishop e6, queen e4, bishop d5, etc. Well, let's hope we don't get it. I actually don't think Vishy's going to do that.
Right, no, because this looks good for black.
So we need to find a good move here for Vishy. Now, okay, the two moves that scream out, of course, are either f5 or h5, one of the two.
Completely blocking white's queen out.
Right.
Because white's queen only has the h3 square to retreat to.
So, for example, if h5 is played, the point is you can't go queen g5 because f6
and the queen is trapped.
Would
it's lost.
Trap the queen.
No squares.
And there'd be no squares, and that would result in a win for Viswanathan. A lot of the home fans are hoping that happens. But no, after h5, Carlsen will move the queen to h3. And the queen looks a bit strange on h3, but actually, maybe things aren't so bad, because believe it or not, the queen might come all the way back to h1, putting pressure along the diagonal.
And the g5 square is weak, so the knight
Right.
wants to jump to it at some point. So even though it looks scary at first, maybe it's not so bad.
Maybe not. Maybe not. So,
Because
queen
h5 is a very tempting move to make, you know, to push the queen to h3
Sure.
and block it out of the game. But you know that you're creating some long-term weaknesses, for example, the g5 square. So you have to be careful with such moves.
Yeah, and the problem with f5, another way to try and block out this queen, is that after queen back to h3 now, white's always got, unless black plays h5 here, but that would weaken this g5 square forever, white himself is threatening just to play h5. And here, that would be a problem for Vishy, because his structure on the king side, these two pawns would fall essentially, and no, that's a problem for Vishy. I don't think he's going to play f5. So after bishop e5, queen g4, h5 still feels like it's not too bad.
If Vishy plays h5 here, it means he's really in the mood for
Oh yeah.
for the kill.
Well, he's got to play bishop e5 first. So the current position is this one.
Yes, of course.
Knight d2, move 22. Just to give you guys a check on the time situation, Carlsen has got 34 minutes and 31 seconds for 18 moves, and Vishy has got 36 minutes 55 seconds and counting for 19 moves. So it's we might get to a stage, Tanya, where let's say they both have 10 or 15 minutes left for the remaining 10 moves. Suddenly that gets very exciting, because then they have very little time to make the most accurate moves. I can't work out from the body language whether Carlsen is happy. He doesn't look too disturbed.
Yeah, but I mean, knowing that you're giving black the opportunity for an almost forced repetition, he can't be super happy about it. I mean, he knows that, I'm not saying Vishy's going to go for it, but he has a forced way to get into a draw here.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to reiterate that, bishop e5 to attack the queen.
Right.
Queen moves, and then bishop to e6. And there's no way that white can avoid repetition without losing material. For example, if queen f3,
Yes.
bishop d5 attacking again, the point is that knight e4 is losing because of f5.
That's
And
right.
There's no way to defend. So actually, Vishy, if he wants, for the third game
Don't say
in
it.
a row, has a repetition possibility. But he may feel that he is better here. And if he feels he is better, I think he'll play on. But if he feels that he's not better, then he will go for the draw. I'm not sure Carlsen's totally happy with the way this has gone, if I'm honest. I think his moves earlier in the game, queen c1, bishop b4, they all felt a bit ambitious.
And we have a move.
Well, we've had... Look at this. Well, we've had knight d2. Vishy has indeed played bishop e5. Carlsen has replied with the only move, queen g4.
And now is the big
And
moment.
now, is Vishy going to play h5? Is he going to play bishop e6? He might repeat a couple of times just to get closer to the time control.
Yeah, that's a very common tactic used by a lot of players. When there is a time control, you have to have certain number of moves in, say, 2 hours or 1.5 hours. You repeat the moves once or twice, and not for the third time, and then you just change it if you want to continue. So you're closer to the number of moves you have to finish in that much time.
Right.
So that might happen.
I'm just looking at some other variations. For
Right.
example, if h5 here, queen h3, if Vishy wants to get frisky with the queen and play queen b4, I think I would probably answer here with...
What about bishop d5?
Bishop d5, and then if rook d5,
Knight to e4.
knight to f3 or e4, probably e4.
Right.
And then the point is that if you start trying to win my pawns, suddenly I get a lot of play.
A lot of attack against the king. This is
Yeah.
very dangerous for white.
Right. For black.
For black, sorry,
yeah,
yes.
for black, yeah. No, I agree. I don't think Vishy's going to do that.
Right.
I've got a really, really bad feeling that this is going to all end rather suddenly with the repetition. Unless there's a super duper move that we can't see here.
So let's see h5, queen h3. If I play something like bishop e6 here, you want to go queen to h1.
Right, so bishop e6. I put my queen on h1.
And this looks quite strange, you know, having the queen on h1, but it's temporary, and white wants to play, besides attacking the c6 pawn, you want to play knight f3, knight e4, and come to g5.
Actually, this looks very dangerous for black, because if you have to concede with c5, that's a huge concession
Yes.
positionally. And then suddenly white has got control over all the squares, all the light squares.
Right.
And
h5, we have
well,
h5.
we got h5.
This is good.
This is great news for all of you fans out there. I thought we were heading for the dreaded threefold repetition, but no, we're on for a bit longer. So h5 has been played, and of course Carlsen
Quickly
has replied queen h3.
because it's the only move.
It's the only move.
Also psychologically, you know, it's quite tough on him knowing that Vishy did have the option of repeating, but he chooses to play on because he feels he's better. And
Well,
he
look
played
at this.
bishop
He
e6,
played bishop
queen
e6.
h1.
Well, this is a variation we just looked at, Tanya. So
Right.
bishop e6 played, and Carlsen puts his queen all the way back to h1.
It is Very difficult to say if this is so good or bad. To have the queen on h1, it doesn't look very pretty.
Yes, but that said, if it can come out again, I'm quite happy if I'm white. I'm pretty surprised Vishy has done this, I must admit. I'm not saying it's objectively a bad decision, but you know, I want black to play c5 here. This is the whole point. He loosens his grip
Right.
over all the light squares.
But how else is he going to defend the c6 pawn? I mean, he must play c5 now.
Unless he wants to play queen b4, but as we said, queen b4 in this kind of position is very dangerous. For example, after knight to e4, then suddenly the knight's hopping into g5,
Right.
the rook's coming down, and it's all working out, the attack's happening.
Yes.
So actually after queen h1, I expect Vishy to play...
He did. Vishy did go c5, in fact.
Right, he's just played
Just
c5.
played c5, yeah.
I think this is a mini success for Carlsen, I must say, unless I've misinterpreted everything here.
Also now the
Yeah.
a file cannot be challenged with rook to a8 because
Right.
you've opened this diagonal completely, and this is... But I'm still very unsure about this queen on h1, and it's going to be a while before it comes into play.
Yeah, this poor queen.
But black must do then something quickly, because if black allows white to come out with his queen and his knight, then it's a huge concession he's allowed.
Well, do you think black might be threatening to march his pawns down the board?
Yes, it could be a... looks like a very reasonable plan.
And then suddenly that could be quite dangerous for white. What about knight e4 here? That looks like a good starting
Yes.
point. Because now at least we threaten a check. And...
Right.
Well,
So black could also just move the king away, probably to g7.
right. And then if knight... Well, actually it's here where we have to stop and think.
Maybe knight to g5, because...
Yeah, knight g5. Looks very reasonable.
So I want to move my bishop, because giving this bishop away, like we were discussing, would lead to an opposite color bishop, but white's bishop is much stronger.
So you want to put it on...
g4 maybe?
Well, if you put it on g4, I'm starting to fear slightly about this.
Right.
So
Bishop
let's
d5.
play bishop d5. And then
Yeah.
suddenly, actually,
It's getting tougher.
I'm not convinced.
Can I play f6 here, but...
Oh,
At this point, you got knight f7,
No.
rook d5. Yeah, maybe f6 is an interesting line. Just to see knight f7. So the idea is to take on d5, queen d5, and to
that
take
would
on
be-
f7, yeah.
That would be really big.
Yeah, so
Okay, so bishop g4. So we can't go bishop d5 straight away.
so we've got some...
Well, we've had a move. We've had knight e4.
Right.
So we're not far away from getting that. King g7 looks like the move he's going to play, because this check, unless you can play f6 to stop all of this, but that looks a bit, I don't know, I'm not a fan. Very weakening move,
Yeah,
especially
sure
along
about
here.
f6.
No, not a
because
fan.
white just continues to double on this a file and threaten rook a7.
Right, I think king g7 is a very likely move.
Right.
And, well, this could be a critical moment. Knight g5. You want to go bishop g4.
Only because I don't see a better square for the bishop.
Interesting.
Maybe you want to double on the a file, because I think how else can white continue?
Maybe we don't move the knight so quickly then. Maybe we play
Rook to a6?
rook a6. I like the idea of doubling, certainly.
Yeah, just building pressure. So let's see if black continues with this b5, c4 idea.
Well, now I can play knight g5, certainly. Because if you play the same thing with bishop g4 now, I think
Right.
my bishop d5 idea works.
Right.
Because suddenly we control. And if f6, I can land something on e6.
You're right. But I was thinking, yes, this doesn't look good for black. If I can go bishop c8
Yeah,
here, taking...
That looks a lot better. And it's not easy to refute that.
In fact, Lawrence, Vishy just played king g7.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So king g7. So now this is actually an important moment for Magnus, because black's plan is so simple. It's to march these guys down the board and create a passed pawn. So white needs a really good move here.
So the good news is that we don't have to find that good move, because
Well-
we've got a change of commentators now.
It's also good because we're not playing for the World Championship, so our professional career doesn't depend. But just to let everybody at home know, we are having a change in commentary team. So we are going to welcome back Grandmasters Susan Polgar and Mr. Ramesh to take us through the next portion. The good news is we didn't have a repetition, so we're going to have this game go on for a while longer yet, and myself and Tanya will be back in a short while. Take care.
Just be very careful every time you touch the microphone has to be easily. Every time you touch it.
And welcome everyone. This is Susan Polgar with Grandmaster Ramesh. We're back and we're continuing with the live coverage of the third game of the Anand Magnus Carlsen match, World Championship match from Chennai, South India. This game already lasted longer than the first two combined.
Yes,
Right,
that's
so
a good
we're
sign.
in good shape. We're seeing a fight, the fight we've been waiting for, and here it is. And we just had another move in the game. As if I saw it correctly, Carlsen moved his knight to g5. So let's receive our new moves on the real board. So this is the current position in game 3. If you just tuned in, the first two games ended with a draw, and this is game 3. Magnus Carlsen is playing with the white pieces against the defending champion Viswanthan Anand, and we had a conversation just a bit ago about their names,
Yes.
right? Because I was wondering, is Anand his first name or his last name? And you told me that Anand actually is his first name, like my name is Susan.
Yes.
And that made me wonder, why do we call this a Carlsen Anand match rather than
Magnus.
a
Anand.
Magnus Anand match, right?
Yes.
Would that be more accurate, really?
Yeah, that should be more accurate, I guess. And in India, everyone knows him as Anand, not Vishy.
That's funny, because if you go to Norway, everybody knows Carlsen as Magnus.
Magnus.
So then it would be really appropriate to call it the Magnus Anand match.
Yeah, and we know Kasparov, not Gary.
Yeah, so it's kind of interesting.
Okay.
And I learned something in the native language,
yes.
Tamil here, and it's Vanakam to all the local viewers. That's the
Which
first
is
word I
hello.
learned. How was my pronunciation?
Yeah, it's perfect. Yeah.
Thank you.
And, I
I'm
would-
trying.
Yeah, and in Tamil, speaking of the language, we have an interesting letter in Tamil which I would like Susan to try and pronounce. It is Ra.
La?
Ra?
La la la.
No, la la la. Okay, viewers, you can certainly try that one. That will be a nice tongue twister for you all. And we have a very interesting fight in this game. And if you see the journey which the queen has taken so far, starting from d1, it's an amazing journey and ended up in a beautiful square h1.
I'm not sure if it's a proud journey, to be honest. I mean, I'll tell you frankly that if you just tune in and you see this position with the white queen on h1, as somebody teaching chess, I said, oh my God, you would tell your students, this is something never, ever to do. What is a queen doing on h1?
Yeah.
And well, it may be the exception from the rule, but generally, for sure, it's not a place to put your queen. And even here, the only reason why you'd want the queen to be there to eventually move from there somewhere better.
Yes.
So in other words, to move that bishop from g2 out of the way, maybe ideally trade it perhaps against its counterpart, black's light squared bishop, and then the queen indeed could paste all over that long diagonal. So at the moment, it's certainly misplaced on h1, but it has a decent potential
Yes,
to maybe
I would
get
agree with you.
activated in a little bit.
Yeah. So both sides have a few good things about their position, and if you look at the good things for white, the first thing that comes to mind is the open a file, the open diagonal for the bishop, and some juicy white squares for the white pieces. It could be either the queen, the bishop, or the knight.
And the knight is nicely placed on g5 as well.
Ideally placed, but maybe it could be disturbed with moves like bishop f6. I wouldn't consider playing moves like f6 because that weakens the king position a bit too much. So these are the good things I could see, and a potential breakthrough with either b4 or e3, but I wouldn't consider them now because that would only help black. But at the right time, maybe we could consider such things. And
the worst thing about white's position still is that queen on h1. That's certainly the worst thing.
Yeah, potentially it could turn out to be worse if we don't find a way to bring it into the game at the right time.
And Anand did make a move. I think it's b5 if I see it correctly through the live board that we're seeing. It's interesting to mention the time also for a moment. We're getting tight a little bit on time, not quite yet, but white has Magnus has 28.5 minutes left, and Anand about 24.5. So they still have time, but they may get even into time pressure. We are at move 28 already, so it's not too bad. Not too bad. Still have about 2 minutes a move left to make the time control. So that's pretty comfortable.
It would get interesting much later on, the time factor. And previously we were looking at the good things for white. Now some good things for black. Maybe the space, we can say. Black has more space.
That's right.
And because the pawns are well advanced, he has a majority on the queen side, which is slightly beginning to get threatening. And the pair of bishops. But of course, white has the option to get into an opposite color bishop middle game. And generally, there is a tendency to believe that all opposite color bishops are drawn, but with more pieces on the board.
But this is not an endgame yet.
It's not an endgame yet.
Queens are still on the board.
And whoever can create an attack against the opponent king might have some serious advantage if that gets going.
Let's talk a little bit about the background of the two players. As we know, this is actually a pretty historic match also in the sense that in almost 100 years, this is the first time that neither the champion nor the challenger comes from one of the Eastern European or former Soviet countries.
Wow, that's an interesting fact.
It's pretty fascinating actually that chess has been so much dominated from players from that part of the world. And today we have the challenger coming from Norway in Scandinavia, which is not known to be a chess country. Magnus is the one who made it be known as now a chess country. And of course the defending champion, your compatriot, Viswanthan Anand. And let's talk about chess and India for a moment. It is known that it is believed at least that chess has been discovered in India.
Yeah, that's what at least we Indians believe. And
I think more than just the Indians.
Yes.
And thousands of years ago, at least
Yes,
2000
we
or
used
so,
to have
right?
a different version of chess, and it was known as Chaturangam, and Chatur means 4 in Sanskrit language, and Rangam is the army units. We had 4 army units, and that's how we believe the game was invented first, and it later moved to Persia, and from there to Arab, and then later on to Europe, and it was a slightly different version of the game. We had different sets of pieces, and I also believe that till 1960, we in India the version of chess was slightly different from what it is practiced in modern times.
And that's pretty remarkable that in only about 50 or so years
Yes.
from
We
not
have modern
playing,
chess in India.
not only you're having chess, you're having the world champion for a number of years now.
Yes.
That's absolutely remarkable, I would say.
And one of the main reasons I recall is due to the efforts of our first international master, Mr. Manuel Aaron, and he's also from Chennai. He's the first international master in India, and he has served the Indian Chess Federation and the Tamil Nadu Chess Federation in various capacities. He has been instrumental in growth of chess in our country and our state in particular, and he was one of the key figures who brought modern chess to India. So
I see.
so
Yeah, that's absolutely remarkable. And just to follow up on the history we were talking about, that chess has been brought from India to Persia and then to Europe, and actually the current rules of chess has been kind of established around the 15th century. And only since then we have the pieces move exactly the way they do today and play by the rules we play today. So I think in the game we do not yet have another move. We're at move 27. Anand just moved his pawn up from b6 to b5, perhaps hoping to advance the c-pawn, as you're pointing it out, with the green arrow further as well. And now the question is if Magnus will find a way to activate his queen, because if he keeps his queen too long in the corner there,
could
he'll
create
be
serious
punished.
trouble. Yes.
I think so. So now he has the first dilemma to decide. Generally, there is a rule of thumb that it's a good idea to trade knights for bishops. So here he has an option to get rid of black's pairs of bishops by trading the knight for the bishop. With you may want to show knight takes the bishop with a check. Of course, then black queen can recapture. So that's an alternative.
Yeah, the downshot is it temporarily leaves control of the 7th rank.
So maybe indeed then white could enter with the rook to the 7th rank,
Yeah,
perhaps.
but we are not able to follow it up with bishop d5 because the square is under control for black, and
That's
he
right.
could probably
Just
go
ignore
ahead with
it.
the plan and try to create a pass pawn. In that case, the couple of pass pawns could be
Black could be clearly better then.
yes,
Indeed.
it could
So
be serious
white
for
has to be a little bit careful there, not to allow the black pawn on the c file to just keep marching down, because for our beginner players out there, the further a pawn is getting along, the more dangerous it gets. So be careful when a pawn gets to the other side, to the 3rd or 2nd rank, almost promoting to a queen. That's really dangerous. It can tie down even your most valuable pieces to defensive roles.
Yeah. Now we have a serious problem, as you were mentioning, the how to get the queen out, and at the same time we need to solve the problem of the pawns advancing on the queen side.
Well,
So
probably bishop h3
yeah,
may be a
to
move here.
release the
Gain a tempo, attacking the queen,
gain a tempo
and
try
then
to
get the queen
centralize,
out.
and
Yes.
this could give some control. And a move like f5 could seriously
Weaken
it
the
has its
7th
own
rank.
good and bad things. Yeah, this could seriously weaken, but in general we need to keep the pawns on the same color as the opponent bishop near the king, because it reduces the attacking potential of the bishop. And
But at the same
king
time,
could
for an end
find
game,
a-
it could be weakness.
yes, but
If-
in
if-
middle game maybe it could be
Right.
a cover from attack.
Right. That's right. So hope for black not to get to the end game.
Yeah, so this is possibly one such variation. Now the idea of c4 looks really serious. And what happens to rook a6, Susan?
Rook a6 right now. That's a
Maybe
possibility.
he-
So the idea is now that if the bishop doesn't move away, then the knight would take and the black pawn would be forced to capture back instead of the queen, right? That's
Mhm.
your idea.
Yeah.
So now the bishop could move away.
Yeah, so he could
Perhaps
move
just
either here
yeah.
or
Yeah,
Three
all of
options,
those.
all three are interesting.
I like maybe c8, even though it's moving backwards, but it is attacking the rook, so
Mhm.
it kind of gains time.
Okay. And
Yeah, Magnus doesn't look that happy, I think.
yeah, and also Anand played b5 pretty quickly.
Yeah, he did. Indeed, he did. Time-wise, he's down to 20 minutes. So that means he used quite a bit of time in this moment, I think. He's thinking already for a...
Because I think this is the moment where Anand is seriously creating some threats, probably
Yeah.
for the.
I'm telling you that queen on h1 is no fun. It's no fun.
Yeah. So
He
probably
should really try to find a way to get out of there as soon as possible.
Mhm.
And probably to achieve that, he should take on e6 indeed.
Or maybe he can,
And play
in
bishop
case of
h3.
f5, he can try something like this.
Yeah, but then remember there is the en passant, and then there
here
is
I
a
think,
pin. Some activity, yeah, should be
activity,
okay.
Yes, and now the
Yeah.
queen can.
I
find
think
some
he should
square.
go for that.
Yeah.
Indeed.
So now, this could create some problems for him. So for bishop h3, if he moves to probably queen d6 or something, then probably.
Right? Or
but
the rook
here maybe-
a7 idea also can come,
Yeah.
activating the rook. Although, are there some bishop g3 ideas or not really? No, not really.
Oh, I think.
Not yet. King
not
f1.
yet. Defends the
Rook just
Rook.
on time.
on time, and there is no perpetual because
Queen can block.
queen can block.
Okay, so let's go back to the actual game position where we stand, and the Norwegian Magnus Carlsen is still thinking what to do, how to get the queen out of the corner where it certainly hopes to be only temporarily. Of course, the knight on g5 looks nice, but it may be the best thing to trade it for that bishop.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think? Who's better in this position?
Well, till some moment ago, I was preferring white slightly, but maybe now I have to change my mind. Yeah, because of the queen on h1, it really makes me nervous now. And the threat of c4. We have twin problems. Not easy to handle both. And Susan, and I believe there has been a poll in the website Chess Daily. And can you tell me?
Yeah, in chessdailynews.com there has
can you
been
tell
a
something more
poll
about it?
actually with about 6,000 votes,
Mm-hmm.
and that was before the match,
Okay.
whether who will win the match. And interestingly, I guess based probably on the rating
Mhm.
difference between the players, 63% of the voters voted that Magnus will win.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's of course just statistics, and
Yes.
as we know, that doesn't mean much in sports,
Yes.
because if always the paper favorite would win, then sports wouldn't be as interesting as they are. And as we've seen so far, even though Magnus almost outrates Anand by 100 rating points, it's still two
It's not
draws.
easy.
It's not
Yes.
easy.
Not easy for him
at
at all.
No.
Yeah.
And even in this game, I'd be very surprised if he would win this game.
Mm. And this is very much a battle between experience of Anand and youth power of Carlsen.
And you know, a match like this is very psychological, and we're seeing the clock, actually, the actual clock. It's down to
Carlsen is,
17 minutes already, so he's getting tight. He still needs to make 13 moves to reach the magic 40 moves, which they
Just
need
a
to
minute
make.
per move. Oh, 17 minutes for
17
13
minutes,
moves.
13 moves, so a little over a minute per move. That's not that much, especially when your queen is on h1.
Yeah, and with
You know.
serious threats. With
Yeah,
c4.
yeah, and the c pawn is about to run, so he really needs to start moving there.
Looks like Carlsen is under pressure.
Yeah, he has a little bit of pressure going on, so
Mm.
he has to make some decisions, trade a knight for the bishop or not, and then how to get that queen out of the corner timely.
Yes. Probably he needs to go for that bishop h3 idea, trying to get the queen out.
Yeah, I
Maybe
think
that's
he
the
needs to.
Best possibility for him.
I was wondering, could he play maybe bishop h3 at this moment, hoping to trade bishops? And if black would not trade, maybe we can try to
Yeah.
look at it here on our analysis board. bishop h3. If bishop d5 attacking the queen, then maybe bishop g2 back. Now that's of course assuming that he wouldn't mind a draw with white. Honestly, with a queen on h1, I personally wouldn't mind a draw. And if try to provoke that exchange of bishops. Oh, and he has a totally different idea. Let's see what he played. Let's refresh our board. And he played, I think we have a tiny bit of delay, but I saw a movement and a clock pressing. He played e3, totally unexpected. It may be a mistake, in fact. e3. That's one of those things that I would feel, that with a queen on h1, you do not want to open the position.
Yes.
You do not want to open a position with your queen in such a bad position. And now black can win a pawn perhaps by taking on b2. Wow. This is very sharp now all of a sudden. White can double the rooks.
Or maybe even consider rook a6. Both are.
Or rook a6. Rook a6, black
rook d6 maybe.
Rook d6, hang on to the pawn. Wow, this is very interesting. We have a question from Sunny Champ. Susan Polga, do you think Anand will create trouble for Carlsen with his queenside pawns? Very possibly so, although right now the whole picture has changed. Before we were talking about black, indeed, those queenside pawns advancing.
Yes.
Now the whole dynamic is changing. Magnus decided to open up the position in the center, even if it seems to sacrifice a pawn. So it's gonna become pretty concrete in the upcoming moves. So this is why he spent so much time. As you said, it was a critical moment to go left or right or in the center, and he went in the center.
Which probably may not be the best move.
I've been told that by the computer evaluation, it was not a good decision. Anand got the advantage now.
Yeah.
So the question is if Magnus can prove that computer quick assessment wrong after pawn takes and rook takes and just grab the pawn and hang on to it.
Probably like the strategy for Anand, there were some criticisms about the strategy, like the players were not fighting it out, they're making quick draws. But we need to understand that the players are fighting for the World Championship title, and they don't have to win all the games, but win only the important ones, and
just
make
one
sure
more than the opponent, right?
Just one more than the opponent, and also equally important not to lose any and hand over the advantage to the opponent. So, and it's interesting from Anand's viewpoint that he has made Carlsen to take 2 short draws, which I don't think Carlsen would be very comfortable with. Normally he likes to play long games and fight it out till the end, and I don't think he is comfortable taking quick draws like it happened, and probably it got him into slight pressure. So he wants to break the jinx and create winning chances at all cost.
Yeah, but that's a very dangerous thing.
Yes.
And it exactly seems like that he lost his patience perhaps a little bit. He wanted to win at all cost and took perhaps too much risk. I mean, putting your queen on h1, it's
and then
really
not
not a good thing to do. And well, things are not over obviously, but don't look terribly good for the Norwegian fans here. So let's see if how long Anand will think. He still has 21 minutes to reach the time control. To make that remaining 13 moves, that's not that much. That's
so
still comfortable time.
What do you think the likely continuation to be?
I think he'll go for a pawn for no other reason that he really doesn't have an alternative. Because if he doesn't take, then
Carlsen will.
Then Carlsen will, and or even he can possibly push through. But okay, he will take. So I really don't think, for good or for bad, he just has to take.
Yeah.
So in a way, he's in an easy position. It's not like he has another tempting alternative other than taking on e3, and then he has to take the pawn and allow knight e6, which of course to some degree will weaken his own king's side's position. But white doesn't have too many pieces for one, and even the ones he has, the main attacking piece is sleeping on h1.
Yes.
And it will take a number of moves until the queen can activate itself. And in the meantime, black will be up a pawn. In fact, black will have already a passed pawn on the b
yes.
file. So it's a pretty dangerous situation for Magnus. And and here it comes. Indeed, he took.
Indeed, yes.
He takes advantage of his opportunity that he got, and he's been waiting for patiently in the first two
Carlsen
games.
takes back with the rook.
And he took back with the rook, no surprises, and I'm pretty sure he's gonna just take the look at that. He didn't take the pawn. That's a surprise.
Maybe he wants
That's
to put pressure
a real
on.
surprise. But now, the rook can simply go back to e2, right, and protect the pawn. Or first take on e6 if he chooses to, and then go to rook e2. Wow.
Probably he is going to.
What a relief. What a relief for the Norwegian fans, right?
Yeah, but
At
probably.
least he has the pawn.
Yeah, he has the pawn, but probably Anand believes that the pressure against f2 and the fact that the.
Well, black is still in a very comfortable
Fighting.
position,
Yes.
obviously, but what was wrong with taking the pawn, right? A pawn is a pawn, among friends even, right?
Yeah, probably like it's always a tough decision to go for attack on activity or for material. And
Right.
many times I've seen strong players, they prefer activity and attack over
That's
material.
absolutely true. Although, what puzzles me here is that it seemed that since bishop b2 kind of would have attacked the other rook, the other white rook, maybe black could have had both, the pawn and the initiative.
Yeah, probably like Carlsen,
So-
Anand feels the pawn really doesn't matter, because if he feels the initiative is all powerful, then maybe the pawn doesn't really matter. Yeah, I see nothing wrong with taking the pawn. Probably it
Yeah.
loses a little bit of time.
So let's put back the current position I'm in, without the exchange of the knight for the bishop, because maybe it's better for white not to rush with that. If
Not
the white
open the f file.
not to open the f file, that could be a potential, attacking file for the black rook against white's pawn on f2.
Yeah. So knight e6, f e6, rook e2. It gives black
The f file
the
and
f
some
file and pressure
target on the f2 pawn,
Yeah.
indeed.
on, and then he could even consider.
And indeed, Magnus did not make that knight trade for the bishop, but retreated the rook, because that bishop cannot run anywhere. That bishop
Yeah.
is in a pin, meaning that maybe we can show that if that bishop would move, let's just pick up that bishop, move it to g4 or something, so our viewers can see that then the queen would be hanging, and that, of course, at this level, no one would ever consider even. So what can black do if the white rook simply retreats to e2 right now? Is there a way for black to take advantage of the white queen's temporarily, at least, unfortunate position in the corner?
Yeah, maybe he can consider moves like queen d6. The point being, if knight e6, yes, I agree that we give the 7th rank to the opponent, but we also create
Using a
a
pin
threat
with
against the pawn.
trying to win that pawn there with
Yeah.
queen takes
So
on g3.
this is an option. Are there any better options, Susan, for black here?
Well, moving the queen out of the pin is definitely a very logical move. I was wondering if black
Queen
would
f6.
still... Queen f6 is another way to accomplish the same. Another idea is maybe to push c4. And I think Anand did make a move. I'm not sure which one. It couldn't... And he did
Yes,
play
he did
c4,
play
indeed.
Wow.
c4. Now, the white pawn on d3 is under attack. And the idea is that if the pawn takes, then black pawn recaptures, I assume, and opening up the b file, attacking the pawn on b2. I think black is still having the initiative.
Yes.
Magnus has to work here to survive and hope to activate his queen somehow timely before it's too late.
Yeah, black is slowly getting the initiative. That was an interesting moment where Anand did not take the pawn, and it is also a lesson for young players. When we are going for an attack, sometimes it makes sense not to take material along the way, but continue to believe in the attacking potential
And
of your
keep the
pieces.
momentum
Keep the
and
momentum
gain
going.
tempos.
Yes, So here in this position, black could get moves like rook b3, putting pressure on g3 using the pin. At the same time, the pawn on b2 is under terrible pressure, not easy to defend it at all. But the only good thing for white in this position is probably at the right moment when knight e6, fe6 happens, the black king could get slightly exposed along the 7th rank.
So let's just for argument's sake check that out. Knight takes bishop at this moment.
Yeah, but the good thing is now the
and
bishop controls.
That's
the
true, but
7th
I
rank
have
as
another
well.
idea. To play finally bishop h3, put an immediate pressure on the e6 pawn,
Mhm.
while finally opening up for the queen to escape from the corner.
Yes. Yeah, that's quite interesting. Maybe we can
So-
capture
Even if it
rook b2.
costs a pawn, I guess it does cost a pawn because now white cannot probably
Yeah,
take on
he
e6
cannot,
because the
take on
f2
E6
pawn then would be
because-
hanging. So lots of issues. So going back to the position after rook e to c4, maybe rook a6 after trading pawns, probably on c4, and then playing rook a6.
After
Oh, and
or
he took.
before?
He did
he
not
took.
take on c4, but took on e6 immediately. That's what
Okay.
happened in the actual game.
Okay, Anand takes back with the pawn.
And you know, another way of getting the queen out of the corner may be playing king h2 right now.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Or at some point, but of course the d3 pawn
True.
hangs right now, so I'm not sure if right now it's a
Get the
good
queen
idea.
along the
But
first
somehow
rank.
to
But
get
it
the
looks
queen
too
out that
passive
way. It looks a
probably.
little slow and passive, I agree.
Yeah.
So the
And,
d3 pawn seems to be kind of under attack, so white needs to be really careful. Let's show a variation for our viewers that what would happen if white would play rook to d1, protect the pawn that way. It would not be a good idea, I think, because pawn takes on d3, rook takes, and a discovered check, and then even though black sacrifices a bishop temporarily, then gets the rook.
Yes.
And that would be a material gain. As we know, bishop is only worth 3 versus a rook 5,
Mhm.
so that would be a significant material gain.
So
Looking
the
at
same could
Magnus
probably
is
Same should be the case.
not
for,
quite as bad, but also losing a pawn.
Yeah.
That's right.
for
Looking
the-
at Magnus's facial expression, he's not a happy camper here.
Yeah, I
he
think
is-
the tide is slowly turning in Anand's favor.
It certainly
And,
is. He's fighting for survivorship, I think, in this game. He
And
just got about 10 minutes left for the remaining 9 moves to make, which is just over a minute each move. That's a lot of pressure. That's a
and
lot of pressure.
Not a pleasant position to play.
Not at
a
all.
pleasant position on
While
the board
his
at all.
opponent still has almost 2 minutes per move.
I think Anand's body language is becoming more
Very comfortable.
conf-
But
yes.
it was all along, I would say. He wasn't terribly tensed, even in the few moments when maybe objectively he had something to worry about.
Yes.
But he seemed very calm, very relaxed, very confident. And probably that helped him.
Yeah. So, Indian fans have something good to look at.
Well, let's see if what he'll choose. It seems that he probably will have to lose a pawn one way or another.
Yeah, probably he needs to take the pawn on c4. And,
Yeah, well,
but
either-
Carlsen doesn't want to open the file for the black rook.
You know, it's interesting. It seems like he has 3 ways to lose a pawn. He can lose the b2 pawn, the d3 pawn, or the f2 pawn. Right? If he plays bishop e4, for
Not
example,
a pleasant choice at all.
they'll trade on d3, and then the discovery we talked about with bishop f2, or one of the other pawns.
Yeah, this just opens the file for the rook, creating additional pressure. And as I said before, the moves rook b3 and an attack on the king.
Right.
You should be regretting queen h1 now.
Yeah, I bet so.
So
We've been told that the computer recommends king h2, but it's a bit puzzling what happens then if we go back to the current position. What happens if then black just takes the pawn on d3? So I guess there's nobody, no computer there to tell Magnus about it. And humanly, I have to say, it looks certainly a bit scary to let
Yeah.
that pawn come to d3.
Anand Carlsen is not happy at all.
Not at all.
See from
and
his face. Yeah, I think.
But I have to tell you one thing about Magnus, that he proved time over time that even when he loses a game in a tournament, he has a
comes back.
ability to come back.
Yeah,
So
that's a
even
good
if he
sign.
would happen to lose this game, don't write him off. It will just fire him up, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, now it's time to show
even in the World Championship match between Anand and Topalov, Anand had the black pieces and lost the first game, and that too very terrible. In a very short game, he lost.
Yeah.
But he came back then very.
Well, I can
with a
tell
win
you
on the
even
next
from
game
my
itself.
own personal experience, when I played in the Women's World Championship in '96, I actually lost my very first game.
Wow.
And then followed it up by 2 draws. So I started 1 out of 3, and then yet I came back, winning the match 8.5, 4.5.
Yeah.
So
Who was your opponent, Susan?
it was she was Xi Jun from China. She was the reigning champion, and I was the challenger at the time.
Yeah.
So all kind of things can happen in a match, and of course he wants to avoid to lose this particular game. And things are not the clock is worrisome,
running.
definitely. Objectively, it doesn't probably seem like a lost position yet, but he probably is losing a pawn, and it's very uncomfortable having only 7 minutes left. He better makes a decision, because the longer he drags this decision, the harder it will be for the
Later
next
on.
remaining moves.
Yes.
Remember, he still needs to make 9 moves
In 7 minutes.
in 7 minutes. That's pretty
Less than
tight.
a minute for move.
Yeah, in a position like this, when it's uncomfortable and you're in a verge of making a bad position to a losing one, it's very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And he's making a move,
Yeah. He
Bishop
played
E4. which is one of the recommended moves. So as we talked about it now, black can probably win a pawn by first exchanging pawns on d3, and then have this little discovery trick, giving the bishop up temporarily, but right after get the bishop back. So now black would be up a pawn and immediately targeting a second pawn on g3. The good thing is that now finally that white queen will have a free path out of the corner, of course first attending to the pawn on g3, protecting it perhaps with the king h2 or such, but then the queen will activate itself.
Yes. And but the weakness on g3 still remains, and black already has a passed e pawn, and probably white's best hope only will be to either create an attack against the black king somehow, or to get to an endgame and try to exchange the b pawns off, get to 3 versus 2.
Well, there's a famous saying that all rook endgames are drawn.
Yeah.
Of course, here we still have queens on the board to start with. And also, it's of course, that's an exaggeration, and not quite all rook endgames are drawn. But
It's an indication that whenever you're in trouble, it's better to try to go to a rook and pawn ending where chances of
That's
saving
right.
is slightly
that's
higher.
right.
Okay.
So let's go back to see our real position, real board position. It is Anand to move. It is black to move at the moment. Of course, Anand is extremely experienced. He is 5 times world champion, which is quite incredible, quite impressive. And he seems very confident with his position. Of course, he's in a position of no losing, almost no chances to lose this game. The
Yeah.
question is
Whether
if
he
he'll
can
draw
win.
or he'll even win.
Yes.
And the moves are
Yeah, he took the pawn.
happening real, but very very surprising what's going on here. After Anand took the pawn, Magnus did not take back on
Wow.
d3 because he didn't like to lose the pawn that way, but found actually a better move, playing rook d2. Now that d3 pawn of blacks is being attacked by 2 pieces, so chances are he may win that pawn back. So rook d2 is a better move. The issue is now that the black bishop is beautifully located on d4, targeting not only the f2 pawn but the b2 pawn as well.
Yes.
So the question is, will black be able to maintain his extra pawn here? Anand is thinking he has 15 minutes, which is pretty reasonable to make 8 moves. That's almost 2 minutes per move, so he can take his time.
So what move you consider for black here? Queen b4, trying to win the pawn, but takes the queen kind of away from the scene of action.
I don't know. Queen f6 would be a
Yeah.
move I would be looking at to pressure all of a sudden both pawns, the
Yes.
b2 and the f2 pawn.
Yes.
Rook f8 would be another move I'd be looking at. Those
Or
would be
even
my candidate
rook
moves.
d6.
I don't
get
know.
rook
Rook d6
f8.
doesn't look concrete enough to me. I would rather try to put pressure at those pawns on b2 and f2. And of course there is the g3 pawn But that
Yeah.
may be just a cheapo, of course, to play something like queen d6 and try to attack that, but I think that's probably not as good.
Yeah, so queen b4. What happens?
Queen b4 attacks the rook, and then of course if rook takes the pawn, the idea is then the b2 pawn would be hanging.
Yes.
Let's check queen b4 on an analysis board here.
Now.
And if rook d3, then the b2 pawn would be hanging. And I guess sadly from white's perspective, now the rook cannot go to a7 because the black bishop would be capturing it. Rook f1. So in a position like this now, black is up a pawn, but we have opposite colored bishops, and the white queen probably can get out of the corner and perhaps create some counter chances. Of course, rook f8 can come now with black.
And then he can.
Keep putting a lot of pressure. Of course, it's a one-way street. Black is playing for a win, and the only question is if white can survive or not.
Yeah.
Let's see if white has any better chance after queen b4. Rook ad1, protecting the rook may be better, protecting it. And then if bishop takes on b2,
It kind
then
of takes
rook takes. That looks a bit
pressure
more
on
active.
pressure off the.
Yeah. So I don't think he'll play queen b4 for some reason. I think he'll try to go after the f2 pawn.
With rook f8, you mean?
And no, I was wrong. He did indeed play queen b4. Queen b4, and immediately, no thinking, rook a to d1.
Yeah. No, it's an interesting position. I think after rook d3, possibly later on, we have e5, so we can maybe go for pressure on the f2 pawn. Maybe rook f8.
Now rook f8 has the advantage that it prevents the white queen from getting out to
Yes.
f3, and of course
One of the
putting
ideas is, as I said,
pressure.
so
Yeah, the
rook
queen
f8
would
is
like
an
to come
option.
out. I don't know if, probably not immediately, but maybe at some point soon white would like to be able to think of bishop g6 and queen e4 somehow coming out with a tempo, but it's not so easy.
Maybe.
Well,
Things
but
like
you have to be careful. f3 for the moment is not controlled.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Enough times with black. But if the queen will go somewhere else, then that's definitely an idea. So the actual position is the one we see at the board right now. It's white. It's black to move at the moment. And the question is if black can hang on to his extra pawn or not. That's
Maybe
the
he has to
question.
go for bishop takes b2.
Bishop b2, and then white will take the d3 pawn.
Probably he should settle for the b passer and the extra pawn.
Now let's mention this, that if we would imagine that black grabs the pawn on b2 and white grabs the pawn on d3, and then we imagine that all the major pieces, the queens and the rooks, come off the board, and we only have the bishops and the kings and the pawns left, that would probably be a draw, I would think. White could survive.
Yes.
So it's in black's interest to not to allow all those trades to happen, but keep as many pieces as possible on the board. Or at least one other pair other than the opposite colored bishops on the board.
Yeah, and how would you think Fischer would handle such a position? You must be
He was actually, I think, extremely good in these types of positions, as in many other types of positions.
He had a fantastic technique, right?
He did. He was a very good technical player, as so are both Magnus and Anand. Although what we're seeing here right now is, I think, one player is in a driver's seat, and that's Anand. He's very calm, very confident. The worst that can happen, it's a draw. It's a very comforting feeling that you're black. You may take the lead in the match or you may not, versus being on the other side of the situation that you have practically no chance to win, and you may be falling behind, or at best survive.
Yeah, Anand has taken.
And he did take the pawn as we anticipated, and we expect Magnus to do the same. The question is, he needs to decide to take with the rook and offer
Or with
the
the
trade
pawn.
of rooks, or take with the bishop.
Yeah, okay. If rook takes d3, here this would be a blunder because the king can. If the king goes to g2, he loses the bishop,
That's
and if
right.
it goes to h2, he loses the f2 pawn.
That's right, indeed.
So for rook d3,
The
he
bishop has to take
needs
back.
to take back with the bishop, and probably we can.
And I think we're about to have a move. Let's get back our game position, our current position. And Magnus said, okay, it's enough. I had enough having my queen in the corner. Time to get it out. I agree with him. I
Yes.
really did not like that queen on h1. I'm telling you. I'm so glad for him that that queen
It took 10
finally
moves
got
to
out of there.
queen to come out of
About
h1.
time. I think he regretted it by now to ever
Yes.
put it there. So now he's down 2 pawns at the moment, although I think there's not much black can do in saving his pawn on d3. Why is that? Because black has only a 1-fold protection on the pawn by the rook on d8, while white has actually a 4-fold attack on that pawn. So obviously in one move, black will not be able to bring 3 more defensive pieces at all to that pawn. So he will win that pawn back, and that will give him quite decent chances to survive, I think.
Yeah, he can try to. Black can try to either double the rooks on the d file, maybe rook d4, forcing him to take with the bishop, because white would very much like to take the pawn on d3 with this rook.
That's right.
So probably by playing rook d4, we can force him to take with the bishop, not with the rook, because
Unless he can still take with the rook. Let's look at that. I think that's an interesting situation. White may sacrifice the bishop and then come down with the rook check, and maybe try to checkmate with queen f7. At least threaten a checkmate, right?
yeah,
On
maybe at least,
h7, and now rook h8
or
defense.
rook e1. Maybe we can consider rook e1 check as
Rook
well as an
e1 check.
intermediate move.
I'll just move out my king. So rook h8. And now it's a very interesting situation. Is there a follow-up to this, or the attack ran into a dead end, perhaps?
Yeah, there doesn't seem to
Maybe.
be other pieces not coming to the aid of the attack. So
Okay, well, if this sacrifice doesn't work, then indeed the
Needs
bishop
to
will
take
have
with
to
the bishop.
take.
and probably we can come
And then the
for
rook
rook
can-
f8 or rook d8. I think we already have enough pressure on the d2. So maybe
Mhm.
we can come rook f8.
Yeah, rook f8 attacks the queen, but queen will move away back to
Probably
e2, for
E2 or-
example, attack the
yeah.
pawn on e6.
So
I
maybe
think
we
white
can,
is okay here. Now
and then try to get
bishop c3, that's right. Okay, so now white has some
problems with the pin.
some problems to solve.
So probably this is an interesting option.
So let's go back again to our actual game position. Here we are. It is move 35, which means white has 5 more moves to make, and black
back.
just made a move retreating the bishop all the way to f6. Very interesting. Completely retreating the bishop.
I think Anand is just keeping his king safe. He doesn't want any last minute surprises to his king, and probably he is going to put more belief on his b pawn and trying
That's
to get
right.
it to b2.
But I have a feeling that if white plays correctly here, white can create kind of a fortress to
Mhm.
not allowing the black pawn to advance beyond the 4th rank and block perhaps the b3 square. And that's one of the characteristics of opposite colored bishop positions, that one side has a very big control of one set of squares, the light squares, let's say for white, and the other side has a very good control of the dark squares. And there is a huge imbalance between those two. So when it comes to this situation and that b pawn advancing, if white manages to blockade a light square, black really doesn't have a good way to chase out perhaps that blocking piece. And I think, did we have another move happening here or not yet? Not yet. Magnus almost made
Almost
a move.
made the move. Yeah.
Threatened to make a move. He still has 4 minutes, keeps
Yeah,
that
probably he'll-
one move a minute.
Rook d3 looks the most obvious.
Let's see if he'll take with the rook or with the bishop. I would think he'll take with the rook.
Rook, yeah.
But I think he has
What is he
proven me
worried
wrong
about?
before. And it may happen again. Let's see. He'll have to make a decision real soon. The clock is ticking and every second counts. Of course, he doesn't have to take right away either. He has other alternatives as well. One move would be queen e3,
Mm-hmm.
with the idea to give a check on the 7th rank, perhaps. Queen e3 and then queen a7 check. The
Oh.
d3 pawn cannot run anywhere, so
Okay.
that's a good thing. It's
Yeah,
being
but I
attacked
think
so
this
many
is a move
times.
which it's very really difficult to make when you're so short of time. Rook d3
Yeah,
looks
he's under 4 minutes now, and
Yeah.
he grabbed the pawn with the rook as I predicted. For a change, I guessed his move.
So what do you think black should do now? Oh, he can take rook
Well,
d3.
he already told us what he did. Anand took the rook
Okay.
on d3, and now there are 3 different ways to recapture.
All three
Capturing
looks interesting.
rook looks the more natural, I would say, and he did that. Now rook d7 is kind of threatening to check, and
Rook
let's
d8.
black can prevent that with rook d8. Certainly, maybe he has
can,
to.
He can keep the rooks, but that could be dangerous for black as well. There's a potential for white to create some threats against the black king. For example, rook d7 check. If king h6 or king h8, he has queen e3.
Right. So I don't think black can allow the rook d7 check. That'd be
Yes.
really dangerous. So one way to prevent that would be bring the bishop to
Immediate-
d4,
Yes,
Blocking
with the
it.
threat of
rook
rook
f8.
f8.
That's right.
So this is one possibility. And does he have bishop g6?
Bishop g6. Well, that's very interesting indeed. Because the idea is if king takes, then white gives a fork, a check, attacking the bishop and the king simultaneously, and then win the bishop back. And he played rook d8, offering the exchange of a second set of rooks. 37 right now.
Yeah.
And only 3 more moves to go. Both times are down, but it's not
Yeah,
such a
with
complicated
the rooks
position.
off the board, the attacking potential also gets limited. Pretty easy to
No.
defend, and the b pawn could be
Can white
the
win the
crucial
pawn
factor
back
here.
right away? He traded the rooks on d8, and then maybe white can play queen d3 and have a double attack on the bishop and the pawn on g6.
I think probably Anand bishop f6 probably was not the best move.
Yeah, it seems that white is surviving here, one way or another. There are
Yeah, he's
multiple
losing the
ways,
pawn
I think,
and,
in fact,
the black king is
that
very exposed.
rook d8, I think, perhaps
the
was a
blunder.
mistake. Allowing this, maybe Anand has missed this opportunity. But at least we're having today some tension going on. It's a full game, certainly. It's already moved 38, few more moves to go for sure. And now white, we've been told white can equalize the game actually with a number of different moves. He played bishop d3, which was actually the computer's top recommendation. So now the b5 pawn is under fire with queen b7 check. And let's see if if black plays queen e1 check to then push the pawn, I guess the black king will be perhaps too exposed. And actually
Yeah.
it can get dangerous for black even if black over pushes.
Yeah, at least he has
Check and then
Check and the
king
king is
h6
exposed.
and queen f7. So
Yeah.
black really has to be careful not to wander away too far with the queen away from his own king.
I
And
think
rather give the pawn back and call it a day. And
we
well,
almost
we
got a decisive result today, but it seems today also we are looking at a draw.
I think we are looking at another draw, but at least we had a full fight. Most of the time, Vichy had a slight
upper hand,
advantage, I
yes.
thought, maybe even more than slight at one point or another. Earlier in the game, Magnus had some chances. I think he made a mistake by playing bishop b4 when he did. We have another move in the game, and that is queen to d4. Anand is not wandering away with his queen. I think they'll won't make too many more moves. Magnus has one more move to make that magic move 40. He has less than 2 minutes, but of course it's not a very difficult move. Big relief for him. Finally, he can equalize the material as well and the position. Period. I don't expect the game to go very much longer. Perhaps another couple moves at most. They'll both make the move 40, and I expect a draw offer to happen from one side or the other, perhaps by Anand, I don't know. I think he just said something. And usually chess players don't talk to each other during a game other than offering a draw. I'm pretty sure he offered a draw. Magnus is thinking about it. This is the first time in a long time in this game, I think, that he has anything to think about because he was under quite a bit of pressure, I think, for the past hour at least.
Yes.
He's thinking. I'm not quite sure what.
I think he will agree, but
I'm pretty sure
just
he will.
tide of a change of events has given him some hope.
Yeah, I think he just tries to come to the reality that he survived.
Yeah.
and it's a change of mental state.
Yeah, Anand will be disappointed. He came so close. He converted a slightly difficult position where he was not having much activity into almost possible win, and the move rook d8 probably threw
Gave
the win
it away. That's right. But at least we had a good fighting game.
Yes.
We had some interesting moments with the queen on h1. I wonder in how many World Championship games
we had queen h1.
The queen got to h1, especially with the bishop on g2 in front of it.
And the king on g1.
I wonder if it's a first. But in any rate, interesting moment. Magnus is contemplating to accept or not. I'd be very shocked if he does not accept the draw. There's really not much play in this position.
Yeah.
Look, and he made a move. I think it's just for the fun of it. Or maybe it's sending a message. I think it's sending a message that I'm in control. Yeah. I don't know. It's surprising, definitely surprising. I think most grandmasters
would shake their hands. Yeah.
Would have shaken hands. But it didn't phase Anand. He immediately made a move. Didn't think it. Played bishop e7.
Probably bishop c4.
You know what? It's kind of maybe a funny thing or human thing. Mm-hmm. But when you play such a tense game, and especially when you're in time pressure, and you're really so tense and you don't even have a time to stand up or go to the restroom, maybe he just needed to take that break before he gets swamped with the press conference and everything else, and just let's totally relax. Let's make sure he doesn't make any mistake about prematurely agreeing to a draw and then come back and offer the draw back. But still, it's unusual, I have to say, with basically having 3 pawns versus 3 pawns on the same
but
side.
But now Anand would not like to offer a draw again. I think Anand is not going to offer the draw. So if someone has to offer the draw, it has to be Magnus.
But look at it that way. Theoretically, and that's very, very theoretically, White who is slightly better because of the pawn structure. That White has one island of pawns, the f2, g3, h4 pawns, versus Black having 2 islands of pawns. Yes. But of course, that's an extremely theoretical thing. There is really no chance for White to win here whatsoever. Even if you would imagine that, let's say, White wins the pawn on e6, and it involves exchanging the queens, it would still be a dead drawn position. And I do expect within seconds Magnus to come back and make a move and offer a draw. Generally, it's not customary to not make a move and offer a draw. Mm-hmm. Perhaps it's not even allowed by the rules, I think. Yes. Normally, you have to make your move and offer a draw.
And in case they offer a draw, we need to ask our opponent to make
But
the
just
move.
in case, Anand just got another cup of tea. Just in case it's more than another couple of minutes. And here comes the move
Bishop
by Magnus.
C4
And I expect the draw offer. King G2. I'm seeing a move. I haven't seen a drawn offer. I guess
King
they want to
H6
compensate
maybe.
for the first 2 games that were so few moves. So maybe now they
No,
make
it's
a
also an
few extra
indication
ones.
that if Carlsen is going to have even tiny bit of hope, I think he is going to.
I also
press
think
for
it's a message.
It's a message, yes.
But I've seen some situations. I can tell you, I was at the World Cup a couple months ago in Norway in Tromsø, and I've seen a game by Hikaru Nakamura. He was playing in one of the earlier matches, and he was playing a dead drawn position. That we as commentators were saying that it's completely impossible that he'll win this game. How come he doesn't offer a draw yet? Blah 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 blah. Next thing we know, half an hour later, he won the game. So, I mean, of course, it wasn't against an opponent of the caliber of Anand. But with that said, if it would be a blitz game, anything could
Chances are
happen.
there,
But it'd be extremely surprising if this game would not end a draw.
Yeah,
in
maybe you
fact,
should just
shortly.
trade the pawns with g5. And
Of course, almost every move still is okay here. But there is a little bit of tiny pressure. The bishop is in a pin. I can see some ideas of white playing bishop c4
queen
and
d-
trying to attack that e6 pawn and trying to get that pawn without the exchange of the queens. And in that case, there is some tiny hope. But of course, with correct defense, black shouldn't worry much.
Yeah, probably
here.
he will go for bishop c4, queen c8, or something like that.
Yes, he will. And I think Anand understood that he asked for a cup of tea for a reason
Yes.
that you can just never ever know with Magnus.
Yeah, if
that,
you can find a clear way, that is always the best. Instead of making moves without a plan, and that could really get the initiative for the opponent growing.
Of
bit
course,
by
a
bit.
clear way to draw this game for Anand would be if he could trade queens,
Yes,
even if it would be by the cost of a pawn.
yes.
But there is no obvious or immediate or clear way
Yeah,
to
probably like
accomplish
he
that.
can push g5 and head g5, queen g5. Already we are threatening queen d5 check. So maybe he has to go bishop c4.
And maybe he's
Okay.
listening to you. And he did play g5 as we speak.
Yeah, I don't think.
And now, of course, he has to
Carlsen is
trade, and
going
then he
to-
can perhaps even trade the h pawns following that trade.
Yeah. So probably he will take and play bishop c4 to stop queen d5 check
Right, but then black can trade yet another pawn with
with
h4,
h4.
and then really there is nothing to do. Maybe Magnus wants to play until 2 kings, so he can say that we played it all out. That's all you can ask from us. There's nothing we can do, and that's
Yeah,
that's what
now
seems to
took
be
back.
happening here.
Yeah, now Anand is threatening to exchange the queens, and after queen exchange, I think it's immediately over.
So bishop c4 is the expected move right now to prevent that exchange of queens and to attack the pawn simultaneously on e6.
Yeah.
And then h4 we expect, and I think the handshake is really
Not far away.
nearing.
Yeah, so whom do you think psychologically will benefit from this game? It's very interesting because
It's interesting because Magnus, of course, is giving up a wide game.
Yes.
At the same time, Anand had the initiative throughout most of the game. So I think both will be a bit disappointed and a bit relieved as well.
Yes.
you
But I
know.
think Anand will be more disappointed because a
Perhaps.
win with black pieces could have
Perhaps.
put
Yeah.
the match in a different
Yeah.
level.
The question is what he felt. Did he really feel that he had something significant?
Yeah, probably he missed bishop d3.
Right.
Uh,
Yeah, but I think ultimately he'll be pretty happy that he's kind of having the control even with black.
Yeah. It's interesting. In all the 3 games, black was always
Having kind of
some
in charge.
chances.
Huh?
Yeah.
And we do
Normally it should be
see
the other way.
the bishop c4 on the actual board
Yes,
so far.
Bishop c4 has been played. Now
Yes, it has.
either moves like kings f7 or king f6 should be fine. And because only thing,
Yeah, I think many moves are okay.
yeah, if king f7, queen f3, bishop f6, or maybe just h4 even.
I think he'll go for h4, even though that's giving a pawn up. But
Yeah.
nevertheless, it gets the game closer to a draw. Because
Weakens
remember,
the black white king as
let's
well.
mention to our Yeah, and he did play h4. Let's mention to our beginner players, viewers out there, that in chess, when there is only a king and a bishop left on the board against the king, even though the side has an extra bishop, cannot win. It's an automatic theoretical draw. So that means that in this position, let's show a variation that if white now grabs the pawn on e6, we get a trade, and then let's say the black king gets out of the pin. Let's say the bishop moves away somewhere, bishop d6, and this is not the exact moves that would happen, of course, because this is not a good move for black.
Yeah,
but just to illustrate the variation of queen b3.
Maybe we can just...
no, I'd like to illustrate the variation with, well, it's happening actually, the exchange of pawns. But just to illustrate that if bishop d6 and queen b3 variation, the fact that if all the black sacrifices the queen and bishop for the queen and pawn, and that's a theoretical drone.
Yeah.
And let's see what's the position. Let's refresh our board. He took on g3 and...
okay, finally we have...
queen g3, look at that.
Okay, Anand is not offering a draw. Carlsen neither.
Wow.
This is really funny.
That's kind of funny that they are still playing this. I think Magnus was hoping to get somehow two king position.
I hope
they are not getting there, but...
interesting. How many more moves?
Okay. They are not getting paid by the number of moves they make, so I don't know why.
Is there a lucky number?
This is
I wonder.
move
48.
48, so...
And Carlsen is not offering a draw.
Maybe king e4 coming. Let's see what's the current position on the board. Can we refresh? King e4, yes, and bishop d4. I think he was hoping for bishop f2 and just to get rid of all the pieces, but it's not happening.
Okay.
Okay, hopefully somebody will offer a draw soon because... Oh, here it comes.
Carlsen offered?
No, just bishop f2. They want to get rid of the pawns.
Yes, finally.
And
Nice
the final check coming. Yes, it does. And I think
and
here we
Anand
shake
press the
hands.
clock.
Yeah, and
Okay.
a good fight all the way to the
Yeah, good
bitter
fight.
end. Okay, what a surviving game.
For Carlsen, yeah,
For
real scare. He
Carlsen,
got a real scare.
Yeah.
Came very close to
yeah.
losing the game.
But at least I think they are warming up, that this is a real fight, not just opening preparation.
Yeah, finally we
it was
have a game where a result was almost possible. So that's good news for the spectators.
Also a 4.5-hour game.
Carlsen
so
immediately walks out. No more analysis.
Yeah, I think both are somewhat disappointed and somewhat relieved. So what do we expect tomorrow? Tomorrow Anand will be white,
Yeah.
right?
Like he would have got more pluses from this game, that he could put Carlsen under pressure, and he saw that he almost cracked with the threat. So that's a good message for Anand, that he's having winning chances
That's right.
with the black pieces.
Yeah, and Magnus just came back to pick up a copy of the score sheet. I guess he gets the carbon copy, the yellow one, while the arbiter keeps and the organizers keep the original one, the white part of the score sheet.
So what the players will be doing now after the game?
Well, of course they are, I'm sure, reviewing it a little bit. What were the missed chances, the missed opportunities. And of course, they shouldn't spend too much time doing that. The seconds probably will for the next game with the same color, but they need to focus on tomorrow's game. Then tomorrow, Magnus Carlsen will be black, Anand will be white. So the respective camps need to focus on what to do tomorrow, how to improve on the game, on the variations of the round 2, where they had the same color matchup. And I guess we'll be in for some fun, some more tense fight like we saw today. It would, I think, a good preview of the majority of the game we're going to see.
Yeah, and it's interesting, Carlsen repeated Reti, which was not expecting him to do. I was expecting him to jump from one opening to the other, and
Me
take
too. I think
Anand out of
we had
this.
kind of an internal vote between the commentators,
Yes.
and none of us thought that Magnus would repeat in the
yes.
knight f3, the first move we expected. And I think we're getting to the press conference already. Actually, let's move on to that. We see already Viswanathan Anand, the reigning champion, sitting at the press conference table. We see the
Waiting for
Anastasia,
Carlsen.
who is leading the press conference, adjusting
here
the
is-
microphone, and
here it is
Magnus
Carlsen.
arrived as well, and momentarily we'll be switching over there, so you can tune in what they have to say about the match. Until tomorrow, we'll be back. Watch
3
us
o'clock
from
Indian
3
time.
o'clock Chennai time.
Third round and the third game finished in a draw after 51 moves. And my first questions to players, can you please explain what happened today? And so maybe we can start from Magnus. You had white pieces.
Well, I think I made a couple of misjudgments in the middle game. Then my position was worse. Then I probably, I don't know, made it even worse. But I underestimated this plan with b5, just giving up the bishop, and I thought I would have something takes bishop h3 or something, but didn't seem to work out. And really, I didn't have any idea what was happening next, so just happy to survive.
Yeah. And maybe general also opinion about the game, Viswanthan Anand, you can give us, please.
Well, obviously for black, what he's getting is the two bishops, and he's. If I could get c5, b5, c4 going, then I thought it could be unpleasant for white. But even though I have the two bishops, white actually keeps control of the a file. And somehow there's always enough counterplay. Whenever I go on any pawn hunting expedition, he generates enough counterplay. Even when the queen was floating around f4 and g4, I mean, it looks so close, but I didn't really see what I could do. And then when he went back to h1, I decided the best thing I could do was to play b5 and c4. The problem is, if I go c4, then he takes on e6, takes on c4, and plays bishop e4, bishop d3, which can be a bit awkward.
Maybe we can show it so public will understand. Now it's working device. Yes. Sorry.
So here, it felt like white had more or less gotten enough counterplay. I mean, I have to check if that was indeed the case. But I felt that if we swapped light squared bishops, then white was not risking anything. So that rules out for me bishop f5, bishop g4, such moves. And I didn't really see where else I could go. Bishop b3 is a bit ridiculous. So I decided just to go for the opposite colored bishops. c4, and I think I have enough counterplay here. In time trouble, of course, g6 is rather weaker than any white pawn, but still you should be able to manage.
Yeah, and here actually at this moment where you play bishop d4, could you have taken on b2 this pawn? Did you consider this?
Yes, of course, but somehow anyway rook e1, bishop h3, I thought white had full compensation, and I didn't really see the point of going for that. But well, I might have been mistaken, but I simply felt that white had enough play for the pawn.
Yeah, and my question to Magnus, what do you think was a moment when things went wrong actually for you at this game, or there were a few moments like this?
Well, I missed some simple things when I went for this whole knight d4, bishop b4 operation. So I think already then I misplayed something. Although it should be said that it's not a disaster. I mean, if I had such a position as I had in the game with black, I would probably be more or less fine with it because it's a fairly common type of position from the Maroxy structure. Well, as it was, maybe I had enough play. I don't know. But it just looked scary.
Yeah, and okay, so maybe we have questions now about the game, not general questions. Maybe someone would like to ask something about particular variation or move here. No. So then we can go to any question here, if you are ready. And so far, I have one question for Magnus Carlsen. We know that former world champion Garry Kasparov, he used to work with, is here, and he declared that he came to support him. And what do you think about it? And do you feel stronger now, somehow, because of his moral support?
Well, I haven't seen him here yet, but I don't know. I think it's good that one of the legends of the game is here to watch this match. It gives an extra dimension in a way.
Yeah, thank you. And do we have questions? So today only the game was exciting, but no questions. Yes, Roger, please. Microphone. Yes.
This is to Mr. Anand. Same theme, that Mr. Kasparov is here. What do you think about that? That he's in the building. Are you intimidated?
Is he now like Elvis? Oh, it's good that he's here to watch.
Are you sure?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Please.
Magnus, how important is it for you to play a bit longer today, a bit longer game?
I don't know. I think it was good to get the match going a little bit. Maybe both of us were still a bit nervous today. I don't know. But I mean, at some point to get decisive results, there will have to be some exciting games, some games that go back and forth. But yeah, just today was a little bit nervy. But I think as far as content and excitement, it was pretty good.
I know your manager and a lot of the other spectators here were really stressed out during the game because it was so exciting. How would you describe the feeling inside of you, especially in the middle game?
No, it was tough. There was a lot of tension, both on the board and probably some nerves as well. So, but really, that's what it's all about.
You've been coming out with very interesting moves in the opening, the last 3 games. Are you getting the break that you're looking out for? Or do you think the opening preparations that you've made is it giving you the yielded result that you're looking out, or are you still thinking? What's your comments on that? Come out with 3 interesting lines in all the 3 games.
For me?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's still early in the match. Obviously, my black game has been more of a success than my white game so far, but it's still very early to tell.
The question is to Anand. After seeing the 3 games, how do you say about Magnus's preparation so far?
Again, I'm flattered that you think I would answer that. Well, we've still got a match to play. So, I mean, obviously, I'm also making impressions, but I think this is not the time to start analyzing the match.
Okay, so I saw questions here in this part. Can you please put microphone here later on?
My question to Anand, will you please explain the move, 37th move, RD8, the move RD8?
Which?
To exchange the last rook, RD8, 37th move.
Mm-hmm. Well, the thing is, though black has an extra pawn, I'm not really in danger of queening it. The problem is with these opposite color bishop, white's always going to have a backstop, and the other thing is with g6. I mean, I saw I could play bishop d4, and normally this is what I would have done, but I simply didn't see anything anyway with something like queen e2. I didn't see any progress. Then I was just swapping down with rook d8. So.
Yeah, please. This part now.
Question to Magnus. You said you were quite nervous today. Can you point out at which point you were the most nervous, and maybe some move that you regretted? Is there a move that you expected from Anand or feared from Anand at some point? Can you back to the chess?
I mean, really, I didn't spend much time regretting my moves, if that's what you're asking. I think that's completely the wrong focus. I think...
now with hindsight, maybe you regret something with hindsight?
No.
Yeah.
A question to both of the players. What about rook f8 instead of taking the pawn on b2? Because Magnus was quite short on time, and maybe there's more pressure.
Yes, but what happens after bishop d3?
Rook f2.
Rook f2.
Could you show it?
For some reason it doesn't move.
I
Yeah.
can't.
Yeah. Okay, so rook f8.
The thing is, we were both getting fairly short of time, and I didn't see the point. Even if I win the pawn in f2, if he plays bishop takes d3 and queen e4, I don't see how I'm better. So it seems to me my upside was quite limited anyway. After rook f8, bishop takes d3, rook f2, rook f2, rook f8, even queen e4. It's not clear to me I'm better. And I didn't want to make it too tactical, so I decided to take the other one and get back.
Anand and Magnus, there is so much interest on this match all over the world, but both of you are very passive on Twitter. Magnus is saying he has white for the first game. Anand is worse. He's looking forward to the match. Will he be more active in the coming days on Twitter?
Well, I'd like to be more active at the chessboard, but
Magnus, you?
I think that's as good as answer as any, yeah.
Okay, so please, last two questions. If we have... Yes, please. Microphone? Can you pass microphone, please?
Magnus, Garry Kasparov, he today and yesterday received no official greeting from the FIDE, and also he was not allowed in the press center. What do you think about the treatment of the great former world champion?
I mean, I don't want to get into to politics, but I mean, I think he deserves to be treated with respect. I mean, regardless of whether he's opposing Kirsan as a presidential candidate.
Yeah, but just don't forget that yesterday it was a free day. Actually, press center was not working. Thank you. So, any other question? Last question, please.
Did Kasparov's presence electrify the game today? And we found last 2 days the game ended within 30 moves. And today we definitely saw some blood on the board. We definitely saw that there was attack over there. Does it have any effect at all in your playing chess? The question is both of you.
I mean, I didn't see him anywhere, so I didn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay. Do we have last question? Yes, please.
Magnus, I'm just wondering, how has India been for you? How has India been treating you, and has it been as expected?
No, I think it's been better than expected. I'm treated so well everywhere, and I'm very grateful for that. So, whatever happens in the match, that's not going to be an issue.
Yeah. So thank you very much for coming for this press conference. Thank you for joining us.